Hello and good morning. Thanks for being here. And also good afternoon, good evening to those that are joining us from other time zones. On behalf of the Brookings Institutions and Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Tech Initiative, welcome to today's Forum for Cooperation on AI. My name is Elham Tabassi. I'm a Senior Fellow at the Global Economy Development and Director of the AI and Emerging Tech Initiative. Some of you that have been with us with the FCI journey may remember our last forum in July. That very day, while we were on an FCI call, the White House released its AI action plan, and we found ourselves scrolling it on our phone, reading it in real time with experts from multiple countries and sectors all at the same time. That moment illustrated why we need standing forums like this. AI policy is moving faster than traditional policy cycles, and we need spaces like this where diverse stakeholders can assess developments together quickly and constructively. 3 months later, we are here to consider what the AI action plan means in practice. The White House set a clear goal: U.S. leadership in AI, built on 3 pillars: accelerating innovation, building infrastructure, and leading in diplomacy and security. Notably, the plan commits the government to promoting full-stack American AI technology packages for export, treating AI not only as a domestic capability, but as a strategic infrastructure to be projected globally. This effort is unfolding in a complex global environment. Governments around the world are advancing their own strategies under the banner of sovereign AI. From Europe to Asia to Global South, countries are seeking to build domestic capacity, sometimes aligning with US efforts, sometimes competing. Meanwhile, international forums like the UN, OECD are advancing cooperative approaches, recognizing that challenges such as safety, security, and workforce impacts transcend borders. The result is a landscape where AI development seems to be increasingly nationalized, yet its impact remains global. Today, we will examine this landscape through 3 critical questions. First, what does full-stack American AI mean in practice? And can nations truly build sovereign AI stack in an interconnected ecosystem? Second, how do open models affect the sovereignty debate? And what happens when open capabilities move faster than national policies can respond to? And third, how can cooperation and competition operate side by side? Are there technical standards, benchmark and evaluations, risk prevention measures that require collective action, even amid strategic rivalry? These are not abstract questions. Decisions made now about export controls, data centers, technical standards, data governance, talent mobility will determine what AI systems are being built, who builds them, who benefits, and who bears the risk. Get these decisions wrong, and we risk fragmentation, systems that cannot interoperate, widening gaps of the reliability and capability, and benefits that occur narrowly while risks spread widely. Get them right, we can foster innovation while managing risks, encourage healthy competition while maintaining essential cooperations. Brookings Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Tech Initiative addresses these challenges through convenings, policy research, and work on AI measurement and standards. We create structured processes that distinguish empirical questions from value judgments, map where agreement exists, and identify where research can solve debates from speculations towards evidence. We bring together all of you, policymakers, technologists, civil society advocates, business leaders, and researchers who may not otherwise interact frequently. We don't assume consensus is always possible, but we work to clarify where it is, where disagreements require democratic deliberation, and where evidence can shift the debate. Today's forum reflects that mission. Our panelists bring expertise from industry, research, and international institutions. We would have loved to have government here, but government is shut down. They will help us understand what sovereign AI means, how different countries balance autonomy and cooperation, and where opportunities exist for productive engagement despite strategic competition. We are delighted to have all of you here. I'm looking forward to a rich conversations, and thank you for being here.
Okay. Thanks, Elham. So I am Cam Carey. I'm the Anne and Andrew Tisch Distinguished Visiting Fellow at the Brookings Institution in part of the Center for Technology and Innovation in the Governance Studies program. Governance Studies does receive some corporate funding, including from both Amazon and Microsoft, but we have an independence policy that says that our research is not directed. It is our work, our judgment, and our interests. And that's true of this program today. I'm so glad to be here this morning with Elham. Elham Tavasi for 10 years has been in the forefront of U.S. AI policy. And as a leader at the Commerce Department in the Obama administration, I had the opportunity to work with people at NIST and to see the quality and the integrity of its work, based on research and as well as on practical applications. And Elham Tavasi brought that to American AI policymaking at NIST. And now she brings it to the Brookings Institution. Elham mentioned participation in programs, roundtables of a project that Josh Meltzer and I co-lead, the Forum for Cooperation on AI. Now she joins it in a different capacity. The Forum for Cooperation on AI, FCAI, as we acronym it, had its conception more than 6 years ago when European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said in her inaugural speech to the European Parliament, we must regulate AI ethics in the first 100 days of this commission. And we saw a need to have a conversation among like-minded countries to avoid fragmentation. So we launched in 2020 with what gets called Track 1.5 discussions, officials in government with experts, with a series of discussions with international experts, with 7 different governments: Australia, Canada, the European Union, Japan, Singapore, and the UK and US. And now, some 27 roundtables and more than 32 publications later, we have dived into issues like regulatory initiatives and frameworks at both the national and international level, research as well as competition with China, safety, emerging models, large and small, and many other issues. These roundtables have been private discussions. That's the nature of the beast, and under the Chatham House rule, in order to have frank exchanges. This conference today is the first public event that we've done under the FCAI banner. And it comes as the Trump administration is about to release the export plan that was called for in the AI action plan that Elham described. And we're going to focus in particular on that third pillar, on the export of an American AI stack around the world. And that plan, to just fill in a little bit more about what Elham said, is talking about promoting that full stack with U.S. government backing, to promote services and infrastructure around the world. The AI Action Plan and its export initiative face an extraordinarily complicated and diverse landscape as the whole world is looking to adapt AI to its needs. This landscape has been the focus of our work in FCAI, and it's the subject of our conference today. There we go. We see this chart from telegeography as both a metaphor and a representation of the landscape of AI today. It shows the interconnected network of networks that is the global network. The hubs that route the traffic, the cables that carry that traffic, and the nodes around the world that are interconnected by this network. It's this global network that has enabled AI. The R&D that is interlinked across institutions in the world. As Elham said, it transcends borders. The data centers, the computing capability, the data. And in turn, these shape the development and the deployment of AI. It also shapes the AI governance and AI policy. You can see on this chart where the concentrations of first movers are in countries and in regions, and you can see the global digital divide. We conceptualize this architecture as a design pattern for AI governance and policy. Many different hubs, linked through different channels, and with many different nodes, offering the agility, the diversity, the redundancy, and the network effects of a global network of networks. Here's a link to a paper we have on this. But we see these many distributed centers of energy as what it takes to explore the vast and unexplored territory that is AI today. So with that, let me turn it over to my colleague Josh Meltzer to talk a little bit more about our program today.
Great, thanks, Cam. And again, it's great to be here, great to be having this public FCAI event. I'm a senior fellow in our Global Economy and Development program. I want to pick up on a couple of themes that Elham and Cam have mentioned, just to set the scene for the event today, and then we'll transition after that into the first panel. I want to welcome everyone. We've got a full house here, and we've got, I think, approximately 900 people online, so great to have a virtual audience here, and hello to everyone in virtual world. Today's event, as you all know, is called the American AI Stack and the World. And as Cam and Elham have explained, there is this focus in the administration's AI action plan on exporting their AI stack. But I think I want to pick up on two themes which are going to animate a lot of the conversation today, which is this combination of both reducing excessive AI regulation, which comes out of the AI action plan, and also this notion of exporting the full stack, which is, the hardware models, software applications, but also the standards globally. And these themes are cashing out, I think, in a couple of different ways globally and mean different things for governments that we'll kind of explore in more detail. One is the emphasis that we're seeing on investing in AI access and use and uptake. And we see that very clearly in the US today. I think in 2024, private sector investment was over $100 billion into AI. It's obviously a lot higher this year. That's 12 times private sector investment into China in that year. And there are some estimates that the global AI market will be reaching almost $1 trillion by 2027. And on the other hand, we still have this ongoing focus on, so we have investment on the one hand, and then on the other hand, how do you regulate AI as well? And this is, in the US, I think at the moment, there's probably more of an investment on the AI investment and use side rather than its regulation. But even here, it's a mixed picture. We had SB 53 in California, enacted recently, and even in the administration's AI action plan, implicit in that seems to be some notion of regulating data, high-risk AI use cases, and so forth. I think this is a global phenomenon where countries are trying to grapple between how much they invest in AI and how do they regulate AI going forward. And this is part of what we broadly see, and Ellen and Cam referred to this as sovereign AI, which is getting at the extent that governments can and want to control aspects of the AI stack. So we're going to explore a lot of this in more detail today. So in the first panel that I'm going to moderate, we're really going to get into the AI action plan, but also developments around AI sovereignty from a range of different country perspectives, what's driving the move towards AI sovereignty, and what's feasible in this context. The second panel will then be moderated by Ellen, and we're going to focus a lot more on the AI models, and particularly open source AI models and their role that they're going to play in the evolving AI ecosystem. We're going to break for lunch, and after lunch, Cam is going to provide a bit of a synthesis of the morning's discussion, which will set us up for the afternoon panels. The first panel after lunch is going to look at, both panels will sort of look at the international dimensions. The first panel is going to be moderated by Chinasa Okolo, and she's going to look at the development aspects of AI and how developing countries are looking at the AI opportunity and what the barriers are. And then in the final panel of the day, Cam is going to moderate this discussion around what all of this is going to mean for international cooperation in AI in a variety of forums, including the OECD and the UN. So we've got a full day of conversation ahead of us and discussion. It's going to be an open conversation with Q&A welcome from the audience. So we look forward to kind of engaging with you over the course of the day. And with that, I think we should call it and transition to the first panel. Good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. I think you're here. Hey, how you going? Good to see you.
So am I going to have to stare at Mark the whole time?
Mark, yes, and Paul, if is he available yet? I think we only have Mark at the moment, but Paul Timmers will be joining us shortly. So we've got a fantastic. Oh, right, you need this. Okay, this is working. Okay, great. We've got a fantastic panel this morning, and I'm going to briefly introduce my panelists, and we're just going to get straight into it. So I'll just start with Sam. So Sam Sachs is Senior Fellow at Yale Law School, Paul Tsai China Center. Previously, she launched the industrial cyber business for Siemens in China, Japan, and South Korea, and prior to that, led the China technology sector analysis at the Eurasia Group. Pablo Chavez, who is founder and principal of Tech Policy Solutions. He's also an adjunct senior fellow at the Center for a New American Security and recently served as Vice President of Global Government Affairs and Public Policy for Google AI. Turning to our online guests, we have Mark Etienne Wimet, who is the founder of Cardinal Policy, is also affiliate researcher at the University of Cambridge's Bennett School of Public Policy, and prior to that was Global AI Policy Lead at AWS. And Paul Timmers, who will join us, is he's got various hats at the moment, including professor at the European University in Cyprus and a visiting professor at KU Leuven. And previously he was director of the European Commission DG Connect. So we've got a great lineup of panelists with a ton of expertise and qualifications to have this discussion around AI. So to get into the conversation, Pablo, let me ask you first, and I'm going to invite all the panelists to engage in these questions, is what do we mean by sovereign AI across the stack? And to follow up, and this we can get into more, but when we look at the various layers, where do governments have the most capability and where can they exert the most influence?
Great. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation to join you. It's great to see so many friends and colleagues, except for Mark, who I'm staring at here. Took off my glasses to soften the impact. Look, I think that these are kind of like the key fundamental questions. And perhaps, Josh, if I could just pull back a little bit to kind of maybe give a little bit of a history and a little bit of an overview of what's been happening with sovereign AI. So, I think many of us tend to think of kind of this AI race globally as, kind of a two-player game with the United States and China competing against each other for a win defined in different ways by different people. What we saw, I think, in particular in the wake of the launch of ChatGPT, which was almost like 3 years, November 2022, is an effort by many dozens of countries around the world. By my count, there are now over 100 sovereign AI projects. Essentially, these projects to deploy industrial policies to make sure that it wasn't just a two-player game, and that instead there was actually going to be an opportunity for countries around the world to be participants in the AI competition, the AI race, the AI kind of development and so forth, in one form or another. And essentially, I mean, there's a lot of kind of ways to define, I think, sovereign AI, but fundamentally, as I mentioned, it's an industrial policy with governments, typically national governments, putting the development, the deployment, and ultimately the control of AI and the kind of means of production of AI in the hands of domestic actors that can ultimately, that can be influenced and sometimes controlled by domestic governments. And so the thing to kind of keep in mind from my research perspective is that a lot of this is less about regulating per se and more about governments becoming market actors instead of just simply regulators. And to your question, Josh, about how this manifests across the stack, as I mentioned, I've been tracking these projects. So if I look at the 100+ projects, sovereign AI projects that I've been looking at over the last couple of years, probably about 67% roughly fall into the category of building out sovereign AI infrastructure. So building compute clusters that are capable of developing and deploying AI models. Sometimes this is a matter of retrofitting existing high-performing computing capacity. But that is one category. And as far as I can tell, that's been kind of the majority of the projects. Second is, effectively national government efforts to support or kind of they themselves build large language models. And, of the 100+ projects, roughly 35% kind of fall into this category. And there's overlap, obviously, between these types of projects. I guess the third category, Josh, is essentially the curation of strategic data by governments and essentially building data pipelines for training AI models And here I'd say probably about 20% of the projects have an element of that. And so, I think that those are the patterns that I've seen. And I'll close by saying that perhaps sovereign AI is not necessarily the right way to look at this, because as you look at each of these projects, they are not, they're not, I can't say the word autarky. You look it up. It's essentially kind of like self-sufficiency, right? But I can't pronounce it. And really what they are is international partnerships, because most of these are, essentially kind of like, think of it as kind of like an AI Jenga stack, right? Where governments are kind of figuring out what part of the AI stack they can kind of plug into, what part they can support, and what part can be, independent of foreign actors. On the other hand, it's managed independence. And so, there are still, there's obviously reliance on chips, there's reliance on other parts of the stack. And so it's a little bit of a more complicated, kind of interdependent system than the headline reveals.
Great. There's a lot on the table there for us to get into. I might quickly turn to Mark, given your recent experience at AWS and the seat you have now in Canada, to maybe articulate a little bit more about what sovereign AI looks from where you're currently sitting.
Sure, happy to. And thanks for the invitation to be here today, and maybe just to lay out for people in the room kind of the role with the Canadian government. The Canadian government appointed a national AI task force now roughly 20 days ago, and gave us 30 working days to come up with national recommendations for the new National AI Action Plan. And we were broken down by subsectors, and I was given the responsibility of looking at sovereign AI infrastructure investments for the Canadian government. And so part of our work right now is working with different stakeholders domestically and potential partners internationally to look at just what can be accomplished under the sovereign AI infrastructure umbrella. I will echo everything that Pablo has said, and don't disagree with the assessment. I'd say another way to put it is trying to maximize areas where the country can have a degree of control and can generate domestic value from the AI stack, while understanding that, to Pablo's point, it's not about having a complete control and complete domestic production ability over the stack. I don't think that is a reasonable expectation. A stat I often give is, my former employer, AWS, has a greater spend on R&D than the entire private sector of Canada combined. And so if this isn't like a moonshot objective, it would be like 1,000 moonshots combined into one, to try to reproduce it entirely as part of a kind of a public offering that would be under one specific kind of corporate umbrella. Instead, it's looking at areas, well, where can you maximize the areas where you have control? And I think the stack is much broader than just kind of the models and the chips and the buildings and the kind of like core components that go into it. It's also energy supply, obviously. It's critical mineral supply, where obviously Canada could have a pretty strong role to play. And a lot of that is looked at through the lens of kind of in a future negotiation with the U.S. government. What degree of leverage can the Canadian government exert to be able to have a greater degree of resiliency in those negotiations than it otherwise would. And then looking at different aspects of the stack, also looking at not only what can you do today, but where can you be in 3, 5, 7, 10 years down the road, depending on the kind of chips that you spend on R&D plays. One way to look at that is kind of support for kind of open source models, but also open source kind of architectures, orchestration frameworks, DevOps platforms, et cetera. That may not be able to compete today and kind of offer domestic players the type of productive capabilities that you would otherwise be able to get through CSPs. But in 3 to 5 years, maybe you can actually get to a different place. And another point would be looking at alternative kind of methods of structuring compute. A lot of this relies on essentially scaling laws. And so long as the game, from a geopolitical perspective, is about other, especially middle-sized countries' abilities to compete through scaling laws, it's not a game in which a country like Canada can hope to compete or play. Certainly not at the frontier level of the game. But If kind of different approaches pan out to developing new models that don't essentially rely on pure scaling laws, that may actually like equalize the playing board to a point that would be definitely to Canada's and the UK's and Australia's and many other middle powers' advantage. And so there's a degree there of wanting to put some investments in research that could eventually lead to a level playing field. And on that front, coordination with other partner countries is something that likely makes sense for us.
Great, thanks, Mark. That's very helpful. Sam, let me turn to you. As I understand it, you were in China when the US AI Action Plan was released. Let's talk about the Chinese reaction and where they're going with their own AI action plan, what sovereign AI means in a Chinese context.
Sure. So China and the US both released these dueling AI action plans within 3 days of each other. And I was in Shanghai for the World AI Conference when the American plan dropped. And so just 3 observations to share, touching on some of these themes. One, I think in both countries, there is debate about this concept of managed interdependence, right? What is in seeking control over key nodes, what is the most effective way to do that to maintain maximum competitive advantage? And I think that is unresolved in both countries, as evidenced by the fact that over the summer we saw the debate about whether to export NVIDIA's H20 chip to China. And the narrative was gaining traction. If we have US technology in global markets, including China, does that create a strategic advantage in addition to an economic advantage? And this, of course, came down at a moment when I think that the narratives on both sides failed. And so at the moment when the US was ready to glom on to the idea that there was a strategic advantage on it, Beijing said, nope, no thanks, I don't want that. And I think likewise, there's a question, and as what will replace the US AI diffusion rule, we're still seeing a discussion of where to draw this line. What is the role? How do we actually execute managed interdependence in a way that will maximize the objectives? The second point I want to make is a sort of clash of narratives. And I think rhetorically, and we can talk about whether this is just rhetoric or not, Beijing was able to capture a rhetoric win, maybe even a propaganda win, by positioning itself as an inclusive, multilateral leader seeking to build sort of AI for the developed world at a moment when the US AI Action Plan was coming at it from a position of dominance, right? And so when we think about this concept of managed interdependence, but we're projecting a narrative to the world about dominance, I think there raises questions about the effectiveness of that message when we still much need markets in Europe. We are part of key technology supply chains and such. And then I think there's a separate question about if we look, and I focus my time on US and China, but for third countries to just be a pawn in a US-China great power competition is not necessarily a desired end state. So, my colleagues at New America, I see some of them here, Candace, hi, have done some excellent work looking at this question of agency in third countries, where it's important not to just think of the US-China competition, and I don't think anyone necessarily wants that in their own visions for having AI sovereignty. And so I just want to close by thinking about the Biden administration puts forward some really key important objectives about maintaining an open, global, democratic, and secure internet. And I think that those terms are really important. And as we think about moving not just from internet governance, but to broader governance and leadership across the AI stack, what are the most effective ways to achieve openness, security, democratic values, and a truly global AI stack in ways that will sort of maximize the tools that we have at hand? And truly there are choke points, and how do we use those choke points the most effectively in thinking about this at this inflection point?
Great, thanks, Sam. There's a lot there, and it probably sets up a pointed question for you, Paul. I don't think Europe sees itself as a pawn necessarily in US-China competition, but Sam's point is very well taken. And one of the threads I want to maybe pull out from what you've been saying, Sam, when you look at the narrative around the AI action plan, right? The way one can cut it is this notion of trust in the US technology stack and how countries are thinking about even being more dependent on the AI technology stack, given where the current administration is looking to take this. So, Paul, over to you in terms of how Europe is thinking about AI sovereignty and what steps it's trying to take to make that a reality.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can hear me well. I want to kind of put it a little bit to the larger picture. There's a lot of debate in Europe about sovereignty in a broader sense, because Europe feels that there are these threats to its sovereignty in the sense of being able to decide and act on their own future in democracy, in economy, and in society. And these threats are, of course, 1,000 kilometers from the place where I live. That's Russia. That is the undermining of the economy that is happening by China very actively. Great concerns there. And that's, of course, also the recent policy coming from the United States, especially from the Trump administration, which doesn't really seem to care about the sovereignty of European countries and the European Union. And playing through that is the power of big tech. Now, what has been happening is that in this thinking, which has evolved over years, it became ever more clear that there are several areas of concern. You already mentioned materials, for example, financial sovereignty, but also digital sovereignty. And so digital sovereignty is this notion that across the whole stack, running from chips and actually indeed the materials to the networks, to the cloud, to data and AI, you have to look at it, how dependent are you actually on others? And especially on not necessarily the problem that you are dependent upon others, but you are dependent upon others that don't respect your sovereignty. And we have had that at the time with the Chinese Huawei systems in the telecoms networks when it was really clear. But nowadays there's a lot of concern, for example, about the cloud providers, the American cloud providers, that are a risk for this digital autonomy. The Eurostack initiative is an initiative that spells that out, that does the political economy analysis of who's kind of playing which role in which part of the stack and what is the position of Europe. The position of Europe is not very strong because about 80% of all ICT, digital stuff, used in Europe is bought from third countries. And these are not always countries that are in the like-minded place. Now, Europe has been for quite a long time very active around AI. And it's true that one of the great issues in Europe is, of course, which values are you getting ultimately through your AI system? The values that have to do with fundamental rights, the values that have to do with democracy, that have to do with societal cohesion, that have to do also with respect for the planet, people, but also the commercial part. And so that's where it fits the EU AI Act, but it's actually more than that, and often people don't know that there is a whole AI strategy. And very recently, just 2 weeks ago, the European Commission came out with an Apply AI strategy, which actually has many of the same elements as you see also in the US AI plan. So there's a lot of similarity there, I think, but a great difference is that Europe says, well, we really need to have a greater control, a greater say, because this technology is so important for our jobs in the future, for the way we organize our society, the way we talk about our values and can respect those. So finishing in that, I think the picture is broader than AI sovereignty. It's broader actually also than digital sovereignty. It's really about this much more fundamental notion of strategic autonomy and sovereignty. And it's also very much dependent then on the broader perceptions in society about, for example, how AI would be applied for the environment, how it would be applied for jobs, how it would be applied for security and defense. And so that also all comes into the mix. That makes it complicated, but okay, AI is a super, super important technology that's really recognized also in Europe. And so Europe will certainly not, so to say, sit on its hands, even if the starting position is not very good.
Great, thanks. Pablo, maybe I'll turn over to you, which is the large US technology companies, you've obviously had experience at Google Cloud, have been remarkably successful globally across the stack. What is, talk me through how the private sector in the US is navigating this administration's sort of push through the AI action plan, the notion of exporting an AI stack as they confront some of these headwinds that they're going to confront in other countries that are going to probably potentially resist this notion of an exporting an AI stack coming from the administration as distinct from the market driving the dissemination and uptake of these technologies in any event? Like, do you see a tension there? How are companies or the private sector thinking to navigate this? What does this look like going forward from your perspective?
Thank you for the complicated question. So starting a little bit earlier, maybe kind of circa 2020, we started to see in Europe, there was this kind of very concrete manifestation of sovereignty, which frankly for a long time, I mean, sovereignty, the idea of digital sovereignty has been around for roughly 25 years. For a long time, it was kind of political slogan, right? A rallying cry of sorts. During COVID, we started to see kind of very concrete manifestations of this in the cloud context, where France, primarily in Europe, but also other countries like Germany, and certainly at the EU level, there were greater questions about European control over American infrastructure and how that would manifest itself. Ultimately, the French government kind of came out with a program generally known as the Cloud de Confiance, Trusted Cloud, along with kind of security requirements as well as essentially sovereign ownership requirements that for certain types of cloud deployments, there would be a requirement of kind of European headquarters and a threshold of European equity ownership. That resulted in some joint ventures, both in France and in Germany, by leading American cloud providers like Google and Microsoft, where quite clearly we seem to be moving into a world of kind of shared responsibility over kind of cloud infrastructure, where kind of perhaps the most sensitive workloads, government, specifically intel and military, would really kind of be in the hands of of citizens of the country and not in the hands of the foreign cloud provider. And so that really kind of like led to some concerns in industry about ultimately what this would look like, because candidly, just as an outside observer now, I realized that these joint venture structures were echoes of what we had seen previously in China, where, for example, Amazon's deployment, Microsoft's deployment, they're joint ventures with Chinese entities, and perhaps that looked like the path forward. Fast forward to these AI focused deployments, and here I think that whereas before there might have been kind of an interest in having the U.S. government kind of step up and try to push back on these essentially efforts at joint ventures, I think now there is this question about like what will this kind of essentially shared sovereignty look like, and how will it manifest itself going forward in terms of kind of the U.S. government, the current administration's engagement. So one great set of case studies come from the AI announcements made in May in two Gulf states, in Saudi Arabia and the UAE, where there had been a lot of kind of pent-up kinetic energy that was ultimately released by the administration. And what I mean by that is that there were a lot of AI companies and cloud companies that wanted to build more infrastructure and have more projects in both of those countries. I think that they probably appreciated kind of the support of the administration, but I think also that if you look at the Saudi and UAE deployments, what you see is perhaps a more complicated picture than what the AI action plan shows. And I'll just end with this. There are, if you look at, for example, the deals between American cloud providers and Humane, which is this new Saudi cloud and AI company, or similar arrangements between American companies and G42, which is the UAE's cloud and AI company, those don't necessarily show kind of American dominance or American control of foreign AI infrastructure deployed in partnership with American companies, what they show is actually a tremendous amount of tension and questions about kind of like the overall governance of those deployments. And so I think that we should all kind of be looking at what is actually happening on the ground and comparing that to what is on paper with the AI action plan, because again, I think that there is a little bit of an inconsistency there between the plan and what's actually happening in some of these deployments.
Great, thanks, Pablo. Mark, let me turn to you, and maybe we can speak about this maybe in a Canadian context or a UK or any kind of middle power framing you want to take on this, which is sort of similar to, in a sense, Pablo. How are governments thinking through, on the one hand, what's achievable and realistic in terms of goals of control and extracting as much value as they can for their own countries, and having to work with the large technology providers across the stack, most of them being US, and how does that balance get struck in Canada or elsewhere?
But I guess if the question is, what are they thinking or what should they be thinking? What are they thinking? There's a lot of confused thinking, frankly, in a whole bunch of different countries about what it means to have a degree of sovereign control over components of the stack and how you partner with cloud service providers. In the UK context, I was just there last week and I had the chance to talk with a lot of different stakeholders that are part of that ecosystem. And there are a lot of questions of what the value is of their kind of UK Stargate deal that was signed in the context of, okay, you provide some megawatts that are going to be made available for OpenAI to be able to have a compute facility in the UK, but there doesn't seem to be kind of subcomponents of that value stack that are kind of reserved, or of the compute offering for that matter, that are reserved for UK interests. There's a degree of partnership with Nscale for the actual build out of the compute facility, which is a kind of newly registered UK company. But other than that, I mean, it's hard to point to what the actual value is. In an energy constrained country like the UK, I think you get a great early announcement and you say, now we have physical infrastructure located in country. So that's your metric for success, getting physical compute infrastructure built in country, then you got to win. But then you're asking, who is that compute for and what's the objective? The compute is to train models for OpenAI, leveraging your limited megawatts. Frankly, I'm not sure what the actual added value is of that deal versus what Pablo was pointing to, the structure of the G42 deal or the Humane deals, where you clearly have domestic value in a shared kind of JV structure that will then allow you to have subcomponents of the compute offering that are for domestic actors and players. So I think it's important in the first place to understand like what it is that you're trying to accomplish as a middle power as part of your sovereignty play, and who for. And then you get a better idea of like what ways to execute against those objectives tactically, and then how you can and should, or maybe shouldn't, depending on your circumstances, partner with CSPs and the US government towards those objectives. To be blunt, and I think for almost all countries, the frontier model development game is not one that they are hoping to play in. As soon as you kind of eschew that as an objective, as soon as you put that aside, then the actual amount of compute that you need drastically collapses. I mean, I don't know the composition of everybody in the room. I think only Pablo is staring directly at me. I can't see everybody else. But like the exponential nature of what it takes to train kind of the next version of what a GPT will look like is to such a degree that if you built something that is kind of 1/10 of that compute size in the Canadian context, that would be enough for every Canadian enterprise and not-for-profit to be able to train a 90 billion parameter model, which is a very decent size model. You could even have excess capacity to offer that to every single Australian entity, Josh, as an example. So you need to have an understanding of what the scale is that you're trying to get in, what you're trying to accomplish with your compute, whom you're trying to support. And then the other kind of complex factor is getting a measurement on that compute capacity, and then getting an understanding of who your domestic players are, both in the actual kind of infrastructure build out, If it's going to be to support domestic actors who actually know what to do with raw compute capacity, then maybe you don't need to necessarily partner with a CSP, because there's plenty of players who know how to put up brick and mortar, get megawatt allocations, and have a deal with NVIDIA to be able to get GPU accesses. The problem is that there's just not that many players in most places who know what to do with raw compute capacity. That's one of the core advantages of cloud service providers, is they orchestrate that compute for you. It's available through various forms of APIs and model accesses and so on. So kind of breaking down both the domestic demand, what your objectives are, who the players are that could play along with you in developing that capacity, whom you want to make that compute available to, and then going into a negotiation with either an anchor tenant for your compute, like an OpenAI, or CSPs for the actual build out of a component of that compute offering, understanding what your assets are and what you're trying to achieve.
Great. Thanks, Mike. That's actually super helpful. Sam, let me turn back to you. I want to drill down a little bit more into China's AI action plan and both China's vision for the AI stack domestically, but also globally, as China's also been exporting its technology and standards and the stack through the Belt and Road and through other initiatives. How does this look? Talk to me a little bit more about the differences in the AI action plans. You referred to the open kind of multilateral sort of approach that China won at a rhetorical level, but how do you think this is going to cash out on the ground in China and also in other countries, particularly in the region around China?
First and foremost, China is thinking about AI as an economic tool more than it is a technology. And what I mean by that is, if you read their plan, but you also look at how AI is being deployed and used to really kickstart all of these sectors, right? They're thinking about it as a way to upgrade industrial manufacturing, the dark factories that work through the night, and that's, I think, a whole separate discussion of why do they have such a manufacturing edge right now, which is apart from subsidies and IP, and we can talk about that later. Thinking about it as far as, what they did with the internet and bundled apps across all sectors of the economy, they want to do that with AI, and it's coming at a moment of significant economic weakness. And because of that, global markets are increasingly appealing because they're running up into headwinds domestically as far as what they can shift to Chinese consumers. And I think also one of the key questions as we look at the competing visions of AI leadership around the world is what will happen as China looks to also export its tech stack. And I think this is an area where when we talk about talent in the US, this is going to really matter. If we're not bringing in the talent from the rest of the world, they're staying at home, they're building, they're innovating on top of an exported Chinese AI tech stack. What are the ramifications of that? So innovation, stagnation, and talent, and the Chinese are really thinking about it. An unexpected area of commonality between our AI action plan and theirs is workforce development. And this was something I tried to point out to Chinese interlocutors to say, look, we're all worried about preparing the next generation to be able to succeed in an AI-driven world. At the AI conference in Shanghai, the tickets for the exhibit were completely sold out. Why? Because Chinese parents took their children to go look at all of the humanoid robots that were all over the exhibit hall. They want their kids to be ready to succeed and have jobs in an AI-driven economy, which is the vision. And this is, of course, was also a big part of the American AI action plan, is preparing the workforce. And I think lastly, China's also keenly aware that one of their choke point, an area of vulnerability, is about potential for allied fragmentation. And we've talked about what's happening in Europe and competing visions of sovereignty there, both from the infrastructure and the data perspective. And I think China's really hoping to be able to take advantage of that. Cam has done great work on advocating for federal privacy law. And this is something that I think, China, whether, the vision of data privacy in China is going to be very compelling for those around the world who want to be able to expand access to data while also maintaining expansive government surveillance control. And so China's looking to increasingly, there's an appeal to their own model of data governance. They're already beginning to think about what happens when agentic AI is at the edge and how the mobile ecosystem will completely change. They're already writing standards around data aggregation for what happens when the mobile ecosystem is completely driven in an agent-to-agent framework. And so these are all questions that we're going to have to grapple with as if we truly want to be at the forefront of this globally.
Great, thank you. Paul, back over to you, and then I'm going to open it up to Q&A. So if you have a question, ready it for the panel. I'm going to try to pull a couple of questions together to ask you a question, which is, Pablo's laid out a bit of a history of sovereign digital sovereignty in Europe, and Mark, I think, is very usefully sort of provided a little bit of a framework about how do you really ground and practically think through what do you want to get out of a sovereign AI, agenda. And you spoke, Paul, in your initial comments about the European goal, which you framed as about strategic autonomy, so quite broadly and at a level of sort of significance. So I guess what I'm going to ask you is, how does this play out in Europe? Is there a pathway that is going to be driven by the Commission? Is it going to happen at the various member states where you see sort of a practical grappling with the sovereignty agenda, and what does it look like in Europe, over the next few years, given where we're at?
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting what was being said by all of the three other panelists, because I think that gives real insights of difference in approach. If you look at Europe, there's actually quite a lot of commonality in the European plan with the AI action plan from the United States. We are all investing in infrastructure. We think cybersecurity is very important, skills and talents, the application in a sensible way that improves the economy, and all of that. So actually, there are many places on which you can compare notes, to say the least, on which you could actually even sit together and say, let's compare approaches. And actually, of course, the US has many of the cards to speak with President Trump, the large language models, cloud, chips to some extent, money and talent. But at the same time, the situation can also shift. So about 10 years ago, when I was still in the European Commission, we were working on an initiative for high performance computing. And in the top 20 of high performance computing, there was not a single European. Today, 3 of the top 10 are European high performance computing centers. So something is changing. Europe is quite good actually also in edge AI, or just to mention another kind of example, including the chips that are coming with that. Now, so there is a lot of common ground. You could compare notes, but the difficulty is then that it's not just the AI action plan. If you leave out in the American AI action plan all the parts that talk about American dominance and American values, you find a lot of common ground. But where it goes into dominance and American values, we are definitely on a different page. And this is where I think the joint venture model no longer holds. This is where people are saying, if you buy cloud from American cloud providers and they label this as sovereign cloud, quite a number of people are nowadays saying this is sovereignty washing, because it's not real sovereign cloud. A sovereign cloud would be that you do indeed have the complete control, also, for example, for availability and also for security, and that requires other kind of conditions. I would suspect that a similar kind of thing comes into play when the United States continues to push this mantra of dominance and American values. Then people will say, well, I need to have alternative solutions, and I'm even willing to invest a bit more in that. So it will be quite a challenge, I think. And that's why I think it's really great that Brookings has this space where we can meet and talk, to find these new forms of governance that give sufficient common ground. I think that indeed there may be a temptation, like Sam says, let's take Chinese solutions and build on top of that, because they also deliver in terms of economic performance, and people may place that first. And I would agree that this is having the same kind of problem of importing Chinese values that we actually don't want. So if the American plan would have said, we respect the values of others in the world, we respect your sovereignty, and that's the basis on which we work together, I think there would have been great prospects.
Great.
Just say one thing on that. So I agree with a lot of that, Paul. But again, it's really interesting, I think, to see what is happening on the ground, both in Europe, Middle East, other places, and compare that to what's written on paper. By the way, as an aside, I'm not sure that any previous administration has ever used dominance in policy statements like this, but that's for another day. The truth of the matter, I think, Paul, is that Europe, funded in part by the European Commission, is launching a whole series of AI-capable compute clusters that are, like truly in partnership in many ways with American players. Certainly being done with with U.S. knowledge without objection, and so. It seems to me that there are opportunities there to emphasize, kind of the joint development, the joint partnership, the joint interest in security, which is a core component of the export plan. And I just hope that we were able to kind of find, those common areas, because I do think that they reflect what's happening on the ground. Now, the question is like where it goes. Is it Europe building AI infrastructure in order to ensure that it's not the victim of a kill switch, or is it doing it because there is really an opportunity for transatlantic partnership? I think those remain kind of open questions, and hopefully ones that we're able to resolve, in the spirit of maintaining those allied partnerships.
Questions in the audience, gentlemen here. If you just quickly state your name and where you're from, and please ask a question. Have we got a microphone at the front? Yeah, great, thanks.
Yeah, Bob Wyman. After like more than 45 years in technology, I'm a little concerned that the conversation is so focused on technology. I remember when we started to implement search engines, everybody was concerned because at the same time as we were making it much easier to get access to information, the search engines inevitably through their algorithms tend to shape that access, what you could get to. But at least if you do like a Google search, you still get 10 links to 10 different views on whatever it was that you said. There's some diversity that's provided to you through the way the search engine works. The problem I see today is that for many people, the AI is becoming essentially the default tool for accessing the store of human knowledge. And the problem with an AI system is that it gives you one answer, which it claims to be its synthesis of all of the information that it's consumed. Essentially, we're monopolizing access to knowledge. We're monopolizing knowledge itself through these systems. We've seen the terrible danger that potentially exists there. For instance, Elon Musk's Grok, when it was
a question.
The question is for instance, like Grok, when it decided to propagate ideas about South African white genocide or whatever. So when we're talking about sovereignty here, when we have essentially increasingly monopolized access to knowledge, how do we, whatever the economic questions may be, how do we maintain democratic forms of government when essentially the people's access to knowledge is controlled by private organizations, when essentially the infrastructure of democracy is isolated from the state and is under control of private individuals? How do we maintain the infrastructure of democracy?
Okay. And does anyone here want to get into that question?
Well, I can say a few
Mark,
words.
have a shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's a core concern of many countries, the discoverability of domestic content and the cultural and linguistic representativeness of models. And it's pushed a lot of countries as part of often like their AI sovereignty strategy to create and support the creation of domestic models that have greater representativeness, if only because of the data sets that are leveraged. Often they will leverage existing open source models and then fine tune them with a great quality, a great amount of high quality domestic data sets to be able to have that greater representativeness. I think that's a core concern. I don't think it is the most complex one for most countries to deal with. We've had like a good number of proof points now of the ability for countries to develop like quite competitive, good domestic models in that sense. But I certainly take the point that it's a core concern and one that many are working on.
Great. Thanks, Mark.
Perhaps I can also add briefly a word to that, if I may.
Yeah.
I think it's also, you point to the search engines, and of course you also have the marketplace and all of that, which has unlocked a lot of economic value and also a lot of societal value, you might say, different forms of social interaction. So I think we are still in that sense at the early days. We don't really know what the impact of AI is and how people are going to use it. And perhaps the usage will be as important as actually the tool. And therefore, you may actually want to really also look at what does it mean for the job creation, for social relationships. And sure, then we have to avoid this kind of monopolistic and gatekeeper approach. But I agree with Mark that countries are actively looking at that.
Great. Cam, did you have a quick question? And then we'll go. Yeah.
Hands went down.
This is, I know, a little bit unfair, but something that Sam Sachs said about China's AI stack provoked a question that goes to the American AI stack. Michael Kratsios, the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, has described the export plan as coming out of the experience in the telecommunications arena with Huawei. And where Huawei was able to offer a very cost-effective turnkey solution, and that the notion of an American AI stack consortia and U.S. government support is an effort to replicate that strategy. Does that strategy work for China? And I think this is my question to Sam Sachs, I think in the first instance, but others may comment as well. Does that strategy, can China replay that strategy with AI? And can the U.S. Effectively respond to it in like kind?
I think the difference is that they have bottlenecks in their own AI stack that are going to make that difficult for them. Now, there's an argument that U.S. export controls are helping them overcome those bottlenecks by forcing them to go cold turkey, but they're still not there, right? And it's why I think it's possible that, while they may have rejected the H20, maybe they want the Blackwell series that's a little bit more powerful so that they can do that. How effective was the Huawei strategy? It was working until the U.S. went on a global campaign to convince allies and partners to remove Huawei from the network infrastructure. So I think we're in a completely different world now, where that's now part of the playbook. And I think that playbook could, highlighting the issues that other panelists have raised in Europe, I think that playbook, the Huawei playbook, may not work as effectively for the U.S., given the sea change that we've witnessed and the question of trust and controllability. Now, the same way that the U.S. systematically wanted to remove Chinese network infrastructure from global networks around the world, I think we may run into other countries throwing that playbook back at us.
Yeah.
Very quickly. So the Kratsios quote is a really interesting one, and I'd love to talk to him about kind of what they mean by the turnkey solution, because it seems to me that it's a comment that is perhaps targeted at more at global South countries than at kind of countries, for example, in Europe that are already kind of developing their own systems and models and infrastructure, where the relationship is going to be inherently hybrid. So perhaps it's kind of like a more geographically targeted effort, in which case, kind of perhaps it could be successful. And it would also explain why the administration is so focused on, subsidizing some of these projects, right? Because maybe some of those would not be, countries or regions where, the American companies would go to naturally kind of on their own.
Great. Yep. This gentleman at the front. Then we'll, yep.
Thanks very much for the very interesting panel. All four of the panelists, it strikes me, have alluded to, without using a term that I'll introduce, a kind of conditionality, in the classic development and investment sense, where, one jurisdiction is looking to provide some sort of loan or assets to another jurisdiction subject to qualifiers or conditions. And Paul talked about or introduced almost a reverse conditionality, values-based conditions on doing some of these exchanges. Mark talked about querying who benefits from the exchange as potentially a condition of a deal. Pablo, you talked about some of the complexities of conditions in some of the joint venture relationships. And Sam, you were emphasizing the increasing importance of Chinese outreach for development partners as an alternative to some of the domestic pressures. So I'm just curious, maybe Sam in particular, what are you seeing in terms of the kinds of leverage and conditions, or maybe even reverse conditionality from the third countries that are not China or the United States that are emerging in this particular construct?
I made note of something one of my co-panelists said. We respect your sovereignty, and that's the basis upon which we will work together. I think that is going to be the most attractive condition for whoever is going to so-called win this effort to export.
Any of the other panelists want to respond to that question?
If you allow me?
Paul? Yep.
Yeah, briefly, I think if you look at page 20 of the American Action Plan, it says the distribution and diffusion of American technology will stop our strategic rivals from making our allies dependent on foreign adversary technology. This actually says you have to become dependent upon American technology. That's that conditionality that I think is problematic. And indeed, the respect for sovereignty could be the more commonly shared type of, because that's actually a common value. There is, however, a difficulty in today's world of geopolitics. We are talking about AI, but if you don't like to buy that type of AI, you may get coerced at another side, for example, in your defense and military support. And so today's way of dealing in international relations, politely said, transactionalism, but effectively coercion, across the board is not very helpful for collaboration in the field of AI. So conditionality is broader than only AI conditionality.
I think there's more leverage points than people would think when you sit down at the negotiation table with the U.S. It's not like the U.S. is perfectly capable of onshoring every single capability within the AI stack itself, if only because of energy constraints. I mean, actual real energy availability to support the amount of data center demand that is projected, and certainly you can poke holes at that demand. But with regards kind of that reified world of demand evaluations, I think there is a very, 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 very real constraint there. And so you can actually kind of leverage your non-theoretical energy supply as part of kind of any such negotiation. And then the conditionality is, well, what is actually in my interest in providing some of that energy supply? Back to my point about the UK in the first place. Like, if you measured that as just having physical infrastructure, because back to the point of ultimate coercion, if you have a degree of physical infrastructure in your country, if you believe in Westphalian rules in the first place, then there's value in it being physically located in your country. You also win to the extent that you have a strong, important domestic player in the US in OpenAI that has, very sunk costs in your jurisdiction that it wouldn't want to see lost. So that's one part of a strategy. But I think there are more, not to be quippy, but chips on the side of some of those players considering demand than people would think. Even, on the financing side, the CSPs don't need help on the financing of compute infrastructure, but, I don't know to what extent, and I question to what extent OpenAI can be a valid anchor tenant against which you can actually leverage financing for compute infrastructure build out. And that may be part of why you need a government partner to be able to be a guarantor on some of that build out infrastructure in many countries.
Great, that's very helpful. This gentleman at the back with the glasses here in the middle. Yep, you've been patient.
Hi there, very much. Yeah, my name is Adam Rosen from LinkedIn, and I've really enjoyed this conversation so far. At the very beginning, we started with a beautiful graphic of the backbone networks connecting all the global regions and countries. And I'm curious how this group thinks about future sovereignty of these backbone networks and building them out, and how that kind of interplays with the export stacks of all these different countries and who controls the endpoints, and maybe what might be a good future direction for some of these different regions to take to control access to their endpoints in these backbone networks as countries are building more compute infrastructure and sending vastly larger amounts of data in the future.
Great, thanks. Who wants to have a go at that? Public.
I just want to say welcome, LinkedIn. I'm a LinkedIn alum, headed global policy there. Wonderful company. Look, I don't have a great answer, but perhaps going back to the discussion about kind of like the projects, the sovereign AI projects that we were talking about before. This is a data point. So in terms of their geographic distribution, Europe has about 50% of those sovereign AI projects. Asia, including India, Southeast Asia, East Asia, roughly 29%. Middle East, roughly 12%. Africa, 4%. Americas, 4%. And, so that kind of maybe gives you a sense of kind of like what, to the extent that the broader infrastructure starts to match those projects, what the backbone and other parts of the ecosystem would look like.
Great. Okay. This gentleman here, and then we'll switch to, yep.
My name's Anupam Khanna, 30 years at the World Bank, then 10 years back in India and back now here. Question is the AI stack actually a misleading framing? Because I've dealt with the first stack, which was well known internationally, was actually the India stack. But because it is mixing up three different things, and the debate here is showing that. One, the ecosystem is different than a stack. The ecosystem, the idea is the dynamic evolution. And I think that's second, the value chain for AI and the supply chain for AI. And the reason it creates a problem, for example, I'll take the example of Marx. He's basically talking about the supply. And today, the biggest investment being going into AI, in spite of whatever AI, is actually in the power sector. That's what's playing out in the stock market, playing out elsewhere. And you realize that it has very little to do with many of the issues that are actually policy issues being debated. But it serves OpenAI's interest very well, because there's a CEPR paper out just this week, 2 days ago, which shows that actually the public is funding the power development in the US, but you're not seeing those papers in the US. So, the way the infrastructure. So what I'm trying to say is perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about how the economics of the stack work out. Where are the rents? Because they're shifting. They shifted from the training to the inference, and they're likely to go to smaller things. So I won't.
Okay, no, that's great. Who wants to respond to that initially?
I can give it a go.
Yep, Mark.
I think, that's the core question. It's trying to figure out where the actual economic value is as part of kind of any type of AI stack or AI ecosystem kind of build out that you are contemplating as a country, whether it's the US or someone else. And then within the AI stack, are you talking about AI training infrastructure capacity or AI inference capacity? And are you talking about AI training towards, frontier models, in which case, you're relying on some very core assumptions. Again, it's fine, but you should be very clear about that. You're relying on scaling laws as underpinning your ability to have kind of great economic success out of kind of next generation AI models. And so you're building out your capacity, your compute capacity towards that framing. It's a different type of compute infrastructure build out if you're building out for inference capacity versus for training capacity. If you take kind of a Jeffrey Ting type approach and you think it's actually going to be about who's better at diffusing AI widely across the economy, then you're going to have a very different strategic play. Then you're going to be actually trying to make sure you have sufficient inference capacity across the board, and that you lower domestic costs to be able to adapt and deploy AI applications and solutions for specific individual sectors. And you may kind of really concentrate on specific data sets for, say, the mining exploration or whatever specific sector you think you can really create an advantage for your country. So just being kind of clear-eyed about what you're trying to accomplish. And then I think you have these, again, for lack of a better node, like kind of better term, like root node problems / opportunities, where like if you're generating great energy supply, or if you're generating great critical mineral supply, I mean, that's going to be useful to you kind of almost no matter what kind of the potential outcome is. And so those are kind of less strategy dependent as much as just broad enablers. But again, being clear-eyed about what it is that you think your thesis is on how this market is going to play out, I think will allow you to have a greater strategy towards your ecosystem build-out or your compute infrastructure build-out.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
If I may add a word to that, kind of in the European context, people also often talk in terms of infrastructures, and that links also a bit to that previous question about the backbone. Which part of the AI stack, as you rightly say, is really kind of the infrastructure element. And the infrastructure element can also be the soft side, namely the economic ecosystem. And generally, it's felt that there is a reason to have at least public interest articulated around such infrastructures, which justifies a presence of governments in it, including, for example, market access. Could be market access regulation, it could be support, it could be financing redundancy, if we talk about the backbone, those kind of things. So and that points kind of to the previous debate that we had a little bit. Where's the biggest value coming from? Is it out of that infrastructure itself, or is it actually coming out of the use of that infrastructure?
Yeah, great. This gentleman here has been waiting patiently.
Hi, thank you so much for hosting today. Andy Kellum, Raymond James Equity Research. So taking a step back from all these wonderful questions, today was the 90-day deadline under the July 23 executive order to establish the AI export program. With the ongoing government shutdown, do you think today's deadline is pushed? And if so, for how long?
Anyone want to respond to that? My guess is it's pushed, but...
That's a good guess.
Yeah, okay. Look, I'm going to turn to the panel because I want to ask them. We're going to do a quick lightning round, and then we're going to wrap it. So I wanted to just ask the panelists. We've had I think very full conversation this morning. What indicators, and take this broadly or narrowly as you see fit, but what indicators will signal? I think when you look at the AI action plan and the export of the AI stack, what will indicate success? When we look at the AI landscape in the next, say, 5 to 10 years. But you can look at this from a European or a Canadian perspective in terms of maybe what success might look like as well. So I'll just run down. I'm going to just circle around the panelists as I sort of see them in front of me. So Sam, I'll start with you.
I want to make an unpopular case for a return to globalization, but with I think a more I think we have to sort of accept interdependence in a clear-eyed way. And so if we sort of see an end to a sort of isolationist, fractured ecosystem.
Great. Love that.
Maybe three things. First, speed. I actually do think that getting kind of more projects done is important, kind of vis-a-vis this competition with China. I think secondly, making sure that these projects actually result in a strengthening of relationships with partners and allies, versus kind of antagonism of them. And then thirdly, really moving kind of from, these kind of ad hoc deals, which is kind of what we see, with these Middle East cases that I mentioned before, to something that is more rule-bound and sustainable and transparent and predictable. It's critical in government, it's critical in business, it's critical in economic development, and so hopefully we'll move towards that.
Great. Paul.
I can imagine that you would say American success, you can measure that domestically, okay? But internationally, I would say a good yardstick would be country by country, what is value created and what are values respected?
And Mark.
I'm going to echo that and say a mutually respectful recognition of interdependencies, both in trying to achieve American objectives and trying to achieve domestic objectives in other countries.
Yes, excellent. So more globalization, more rule-based, transparent, predictable AI policy that respects interdependence, maybe doesn't weaponize it as much as it seeks to build on it. I think that's a great note to finish on. I want to thank all the panelists for their time and their engagement with the audience, and the audience for your questions. For those who are online, I hope you noticed that I channeled some of your questions through my questions to the panelists, so we're taking you into account, and I think we can call this panel to a close and transition to our second panel. Thank you, everyone.
For everyone here, we have 15-minute coffee breaks. Okay, we're going to continue with the second panel of the day, and we're going to talk and delve into the question of open source, open weight, which sits at the heart of today's debate about innovation, security, and sovereignty. And let's try to figure out what the openness and closed model, all of this may mean in this context. Like many of you, we have been seeing what open source did to operating systems and kind of unlock a lot of innovations, good standards, and in some way even help with building the technology that's more resilient. The question here is that, can that happen for AI, or there are other risks that make the whole landscape and the efforts look different than what we experience with the open source? So let's unpack what the balance lies in this conversation. Joining me in the room is David Cox, Vice President of Foundation AI at IBM Research. And virtually, we have Frank Nagel, Research Scientist with MIT Initiative on Digital Economy and Chip Economics at the Linux Foundation. Frank, David, welcome.
Thank you.
We're going to delve in and get the conversation going and start with definitions, because terminology and vocabulary really matters in this field. So we have been seeing and hearing the terms open weight, open source, and sometimes they're being used interchangeably, but they are not the same thing. So could you walk us through about these definitions, and what does it mean when a company releases open weight models? What about training data? What about the code documentations, and basically unpack the space for us? We start with David and going to go to Frank, if that's okay.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's confusing space because there are a number of things that can be open about something. You could have a license, which is permissive, which allows you to do things with it. You could have, the means to produce it be open, and that's what we're used to in open source, where you actually have the source code. You could recreate the software. You could fork the software if you don't like the direction it's going. You could take the source code and take it in your own direction. And then we have a foundation model. We have LLMs, and they're kind of interesting because they're just big piles of floating point numbers, or integer numbers in some cases, but it's just a big pile of numbers, billions of numbers, and they can be open. I'll give you the numbers. Here they are. Here are the couple billion numbers. But that's very different than open source, because you don't have the means to create those numbers. You don't know what went into creating those numbers. You couldn't fork the project and go and make a different set of numbers if you wanted to. You could fine tune, you could continue to evolve those numbers, but that's a big difference between what we typically see as open in models versus what we're used to in open source software. And I think you'll find all of us having a little bit of a tick where we say open source because we're so used to saying open and then saying source right after. And then OpenAI, which is not a very open company at all, they did that. And then now we're stuck with that. And actually, they released GPT OSS models. OSS usually stands for open source software. And this is confounding because they actually finally did something open, but it's actually not open source software. That's the last thing it is. It's just the weights. It's just open weights. So I think there's a big distinction between what we're calling open today in models and then, what we're used to in software. And then it extends to all the places you said, is the training data available? So there are companies, there are institutions like AI2, the Allen Institute, where they really do put everything out, and you really could just go and build it. There are others that are at least transparent about, tell you all the data sources. So we built an open weights model family called Granite. We just released Granite 4 a couple of weeks ago. We tell you everything that's in it. So we're incredibly transparent. We release software that goes into it. And we try to do that, but then you have other players who release open models. They just don't tell you anything about what's inside, even what categories of things are inside. So it's a really complicated space, and I think there's a lot of glossing over these terms. But let Frank contribute as well here.
Great, thanks. Yeah, no, I think David did a great job of overviewing the space, and so I think that one piece on top of that is you will get some sort of political nerd fights about the definitions and things like that, and so fully agreed with David that open source, when we think about traditionally open source code, that's not kind of the lowest layer of what we're talking about with open models in AI. It's sort of the aspirational layer, and some places get there or close to there. And I do think that, relevant to the broader discussion we're having today, why this all matters is because the more open something is, to David's point, the better you can understand how it's actually working. And I study innovation and more importantly to my end, the more you can build on top of it, right? And so the more you can actually do with this model and create your own. And just as an example, I was on a panel at Brookings last week, talking about how nations are sort of customizing open models to be better at handling their own languages, because lots of the base models are not great at more at less popular human spoken languages. And so I think the more open the better, but even things that are just open weights can still add a lot of value to to the innovation process.
So we don't have open source. Open weight is something that people don't understand and can be confusing. And I think what I get from you is that openness is a spectrum. It's not a binary. We don't have the open and close. And we can't use the word open AI because it's already taken. So we need to kind of invent another term.
And it means closed AI.
Yeah. So we need to come up with at least sort of a term so we can get the conversation going. So how about we call them open model from here, and then we can, in another type of sessions, kind of hash out what open model means and what characteristics should be in a model to be open, and then think about the spectrum of that. But I want to pick up what, Frank, what you said, that openness allows for innovation to flourish because it gives people a window to look at things, and we saw it with kind of Linux too, right? A lot of innovation happened, and also a lot of activity on making the operating system even again more resilient. But again, they argue that AI is different, and we have national security risk that we cannot put this out. We have the risk of misuse that if we put it out and people know how to kind of use it for malicious purposes, remove the safety guardrails, so on and so on. We also hear about this term that I'm stealing it from somebody else, competent but naive users that has the technical knowledge on building something that's powerful but doesn't quite know that how it can be misused. So how do we think about striking the right balance here? Are the national security concerns around OpenAI fundamentally different from what we had seen about software before? Or there are ways to consider them and then figure out how to measure, manage, and mitigate them? And if there are restrictions needed, how do we design them so we don't lose all of those benefits in innovations and making the technology better as we go on? And I think there's also a economic security angle to that too, that open source models, if they are, or open models, if they are more accessible, people can go and kind of refine them, retune them to the context that they want to use and start using them. And I think at the end of the day, adoption and diffusion is where all of these things lies, rather than just building the most important or the most capable model. So how do you think about this balance and where we should lie?
Yeah, there's a lot of things to balance. One thing I will say, if you want an inclusive world where everyone can build their own AI, like you need open in some way. More people will participate, and it will reflect the values and it will reflect the needs of a wider group of people. So we believe very strongly in open at IBM. IBM was very heavily involved in making sure that Linux won the internet battle, and we have a vested stake also in this AI stage too. And we actually also we've been a little bit on a front row seat with some of these sovereign issues. We had some work we did with Spain. We also have this Bharat Gen effort in India, where we can provide technical know-how, open weights, models, tuning stacks. By the way, the whole stack, that also needs to be open as well, because as much as at the model level you have OpenAI and Anthropic and whatnot, in the hardware layer and the software, and the infrastructure, you have NVIDIA actually owning an entire slice and starting to exert monopolistic power. But there are open alternatives there as well. But I think that idea that you have everything being inclusive is really important. Now, the safety issues, my impression, there was a period of time when there was a concern like, oh, this is going to help you build some sort of new bioweapon because it's going to be so darn smart, and that's like the safety narrative was kind of governed by that. And I haven't heard that narrative in a while. Maybe I'm just not paying as much attention, but people seem to have kind of forgotten that was something they were worried about. And by and large, as we understand this technology better, if there's instructions on how to make a chemical weapon on the internet, the models will indeed ingest it, and they can tell you it back, but they don't yet have the capability to do something beyond. So I think a lot of the security, the like existential risk, and we're going to do something terrible with it, those maybe are a little bit overblown. Though cyber attacks, you could have smart agents do these things, but this is just an evolution of everything we've had before, and the technology is so ubiquitous that I think people are worrying less about that kind of safety thing. Now, misuse is always a concern. And the other issue that I think we're going to start seeing is also tampering. Like somebody tampered with the weights of these models, because every time you deploy an agent in your business or in in government infrastructure, this is potentially an insider threat now. Like you have these models are effectively now could be insider threats. This is part of the reason why I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with Chinese models. And meanwhile, I should say, in huge kudos to China, that is the place where the most vibrant open ecosystem is happening today. Just wonderful, lots of open models, very strong, great technology, great software around it, but then we still get open weights. And then we just sort of like, okay, I don't know what's in these things. And there's lots of ways you can poison a model, lots of ways you can tamper with a model. So there's a supply chain security angle, both, where did these models come from that are not part of my solution? But also, like, if I'm building a model, how do I make sure that my supply chain is clean? Those are all issues. There are issues around understanding vulnerabilities in models in general. I think there, again, open wins because we can give academics access. You can't have security through obscurity. You actually have to let people see and play with the thing and interact. And that's much better served with open. So I think we're seeing all the same things that played out with the internet. There's just a one-to-one correspondence here, just with a little bit of a new twist.
I'm going to come back to the issue of openness and layer of the stack and the sovereignty questions, but I want to go to Frank and say and ask the question that is open models safer because they are more transparent, and the issue of the misuse. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is an important question, and I too picked up on what David picked up, that everybody was worried about the biotech kind of angle to this for a minute, and then it sort of faded a little bit. And I think that's because they realized, well, if I can go ask, a Gen AI about this, it's telling me things that it found on the internet, right? So we can just as easily go search the internet. And I think too that on that aspect, one of the things with closed and proprietary is that we're seeing all the time people are breaking the guardrails that have been put in place in closed just as easily as they can in open, right? And so that was another big concern, was that there are no guardrails supposedly on open model AI, but we're seeing people be able to get work around the guardrails that are in place in proprietary just as easily and make it do regularly things that it's not supposed to do. Now, on the notion of, is it more secure or not? I mean, certainly, we've lived through this with open source software. It's it has bugs just like proprietary does, but often when those bugs come to light, they're fixed faster, right? Because many people can see them, and we can sort of share this information quickly. And so back to this, what is open in this space? Obviously, with open weights, we can't see the source code, so we don't know precisely what's going on behind the scenes. So I would treat that almost in the security sense, kind of almost like a closed and proprietary model, whereas the fully open models, we know the code, we know how they were trained, we know the training data, then we can start to do more analysis and better understand the security implications of that. So I think, again, we have this sort of spectrum. And the open weight models that are not open source code end up sort of looking like the closed models on at least the security dimension.
I want to move on, but I will just add to everything that you said, that the openness also allows for better sets of documentations and better understanding of the models, and then helps with the repeatability and reproducibility.
And one thing I just add also, that cuts across open and proprietary is auditing now is starting to appear. So there's an ISO 42001 certification. Anthropic has it for Claude. We have it for Granite. But that's one thing. It is neither open nor proprietary. It's like somebody can come in and verify that this was actually the process, and the process was clean and secure and all that. It's going to be important for every kind of model.
And 42001 is a lot about the process, and we need sort of similar one on the technical specifications, and a lot of work going on in that space too. I feel like that we have in sort of a wild agreement. So I'm gonna encourage all of you to think about questions that kind of break this, so we can have a more of the conversations around this. I want to go back to what you said, David, about the role of the openness in the AI stack, and the White House AI Action talk about building the AI technology stack. It has a section on the openness and open models, and specifically encourage open source and open weight AI, calling it a matter of geostrategic value, because open models can ultimately become global standard. At the same time, plan emphasizes the domestic AI computing stack must be built on American products and free from foreign adversary technology. So here's my question, that how does this open model fits into this and the different layer of the stack, as you said, from chips to data centers to models to applications, and then reliance on the supply chain, and how organizations like IBM and Linux are balancing this and finding the right balance there.
Yeah, I mean, the most important piece here is that companies can and do make money on open source, and we can share investment and we can get something back. And this is something that I think the Chinese companies are doing very well. They have quite a strong open source ethos, and they're all the non-competitive parts of what they're doing are kind of drafting it, helping push the boat in the same way. And the interesting question then, I mean, obviously there's open source equivalents to almost everything up and down the stack. For the inference engines, you could be using NVIDIA's proprietary inference engines, but they also have projects like VLLM and SGLang, which are open source, and many companies contribute to those. They came out of academia. Actually, both of those came out of the same lab at Berkeley. And but then there are components which are really good. There's libraries like Veral, which are for advanced reinforcement learning. Those are coming out of Chinese companies. And there's an interesting tension brewing where if should should Western companies be using those softwares? I mean, in some ways, we're putting ourselves at a disadvantage if we can't use the software that's being created by the Chinese ecosystem. But there's a push and a pull there. So everyone's worried there might be a proclamation that we can't use those. So defining what that is, I think, is going to be interesting. Because you're basically cutting off one very rich corner of the ecosystem. But I think the larger in the West is it NVIDIA versus all the open source things. NVIDIA has a very nice proprietary stack. It works very well. They control the hardware. They control the GPUs, but more than GPUs, they also have the network that goes with it, and GPU direct RDMA, and so there's a big ecosystem that's formed there, but there's a desire to have not have vendor lock-in there. So we want to have an open stack that also works with other hardware vendors. It works with AMD, works with other Cerebras and Grok and all these other companies. So
how's that going?
How's that going? I mean, there's a robust open source stack, and many companies use open source stacks. But it's the same fight that we had with Windows versus Linux once upon a time. And you can get basically get the software for free with the hardware. A lot of particularly sovereign concerns are oftentimes that we're buying the hardware anyway. Maybe we'll just take the software that they have. And I think there's actually something to be said for actually consider having the open stack, because that's ultimately going to give you more flexibility. It's ultimately going to be healthier for the ecosystem as we move forward.
But can we have sovereign AI if layers are dependent on open source, Frank?
Sure. So, and just to add on to that, there's also open silicon, right? So there's efforts to, yes, you have to make the chips, but there's a lot of efforts around open source silicon designs and things like that. And I think we're going to see even more of that now that chips are even more in demand. Right? And so I think to the extent that, about the sovereignty of kind of the stack with openness, I think this is a quandary the U.S. faces at the moment, and it has everything to do with China. And we see them as a big competitor, and rightly so. Again, from a cybersecurity background, there's a long history there, and so I think very right to be at least kind of in verification mode of these types of things. But I do think that the question sort of becomes, where do we need to own the stack, and where can we be more collaborative? A lot of the work that I do talks about collaborating on the core and competing on the edges. And I think that when we think about this from the business perspective, where the competition actually happens is much closer to the customer, right? And on the edges of all these types of things that we're building. And therefore, there's a lot more room for openness at sort of the core, these underlying layers that David was talking about. Now, the question, again, because AI, or at least this instance of AI is relatively new, we're still figuring out from both the business perspective, but also the geopolitical perspective, where should that line be drawn, right? Where should we be more open, more collaborative below the line, and when should we be more closed and competitive above the line? And I do think that, it's to David's point, a lot of the stuff that's coming out of China is open weight, not necessarily open source and open training data. And therefore, people have shown that if you ask, these types of models coming out of China, if you ask them about Tiananmen Square, oh, I can't talk to you about that, right? And so, surprise, it's open, but it's still, the training was clearly done in a way that was consistent with what China wants from a political standpoint, right? And so I think that's something that we can learn, and we can use these types of tools, but we do have to think about sovereignty in so much as we want to know where the tech is coming from and how it was trained and things like that, so that we can understand, does it align with our for example, democratic values that we want to bake into our companies and our software and everything else.
But in theory, you can retune, refine, kind of remove some of the safeguards and add other safeguards if, again, depends on the openness and the access to the model, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. Frank, go ahead.
I was going to say the same thing. In theory, yes, but it's complicated, and how many companies are going to be doing that on the fly versus just using what comes out of the box, even if it's open and tunable and changeable. Most companies, except for the most advanced ones that are hardcore AI users, are going to just kind of use it as is, right? And not think about that.
Yeah, and as somebody who's been building these things for a couple of years now, it's very complicated, this question. So one thing is, are they releasing an instruct model or a base model as well? Typically, there's a base model that you can then customize, and you do, which now is an increasing part of the training pipeline. But it used to be standard that everyone would release a base model and then release the one that you could chat with. And if you had the base model, you could do a lot more with it. But now it's becoming standard to only release the instruct model. Some models are actually hard to move. Actually, this is weird, but like some of them are kind of locked in. Like GPT-OSS, some of those models are very, very locked in. They don't want to do anything else. And it's weird to hear us talk about things like we have to push
They
them and
solve
stuff.
jailbreaking.
Yeah, no, it's just like the model is stubborn, and like some are very amenable to these things. They're kind of hot. Some of them are kind of like ossified. So it's a very, very, very complex question. And one thing I will say too about the risks with some of this stuff, I would say that the state of Western open source is not particularly healthy in this moment, because we had Meta, who was a champion of open weights rather with Llama, but now it seems that they're kind of much more focused on this super intelligence thing, and maybe they're going to stop. Mistral has been releasing really great models under very permissive licenses, but they're kind of off and on about it. So there is also this concern that maybe things will stop. So you have to. I think it requires work and care to ensure that we keep a vibrant open community with lots of different potential bases to build off of, that are built for different purposes, that are built for customization. And again, that's, I think that's something we can all do, and we'll be very unhappy if we don't do it, because then the options close as we sort of build more and more on the proprietary models.
Listening to this conversation, and sort of a lot is happening, and a lot of activities, and a lot of important questions, and a rather short window to answer and fix them. It got me thinking about standards and the role of the standards on sort of giving a level play field for the competition, and we saw that how that played for Linux and getting standards, data formats, APIs. Do we need something similar to that for AI, or would that happen? The AI action plan talks about building AI alliance with partners. Can open source AI serve as a foundation for cooperation among democracies, like agreeing on shared open models, standards that's needed? A minute ago, I talked about the documentations, but anything that can help with maintaining security, helps with competition and innovation.
Come on, Frank.
Sure. Yeah. So just on the notion of standards, I think that this is certainly something that the Linux Foundation has been a big fan of as part of the openness, discussion and debate. And just over the summer, the agent-to-agent protocol became a project under the Linux Foundation, and this is intended to allow for a unified language for agents to talk to each other. AI agents. This is kind of the future, or the basically present of where we're going with AI. And so that type of interoperability, I think, both across stacks and up and down the stack, is going to be something that's particularly important for the kind of the next wave of innovation and the next wave of entrepreneurship and tech. And we think about the great things about the internet. One of them was that we agreed on a set of protocols that allowed everybody to communicate with each other in the same way. And this is why, at least one of the reasons it took off so quickly was that my computer here could talk to your computer there. And yes, we did different things on top of that, but they could still communicate to each other. And I think that's going to be a critical piece of, especially, again, the next wave of innovation within AI, is this ability for agents to talk to each other up and down the stack using the same language. And that's going to be, particularly important to allowing the innovation to thrive. And so, certainly at the Linux Foundation, and me personally, like, open standards are going to be a big important part of this ecosystem moving forward.
Yeah, and there's open, and then there's open. So like when a project is donated to the Linux Foundation, we donate projects to the Linux Foundation all the time. they become governed by a common body, and that as if we didn't have enough versions of open, right? There's actually like capital O open and lowercase o open. So A2A is a great example. So A2A, that was a protocol originally put forward by Google, but it merged with something called ACP, which we did at IBM. We now have a seat on the governance board of that. It's a nice situation. We all pooled our efforts. We have multiple companies looking together at it. We have a neutral party owning the trademark and governing it all. Meanwhile, we have MCP, which is the model control. Like it's the one from Anthropic, and that one is much more sort of directly Anthropic controlled in this moment. It actually has, in its first incarnation, all kinds of huge security problems with it, but it wasn't meant for that. There was a lot of enthusiasm that built up around it, and lots of people are creating MCP servers, and that one's also, I think, going to eventually transition to this mode where we have this more well-governed thing. And then we have things like the OpenAI API with like the chat completions API. This is actually the API that almost everybody uses to access models, like not just the OpenAI ones, but any model. Like most of our inference servers use this OpenAI API, but it's not an open standard really. Everyone's just sort of copying what's there. And I can't tell you the headache that's associated with the fact that different inference engines actually implement that a little bit differently. And it's kind of like, it's fine. It's sort of OpenAI compliant. Olama, if you're running on a local system which uses Llama CPP underneath, does it a little bit differently than VLLM, does it a little bit differently than OpenAI does that. So it's very messy because OpenAI just created a proprietary thing, and then they're releasing more and more and more of these things. They have this thing called Harmony now. So I think we're going to need to all rally at some point and say, like, look, we got to have standards. This is the big leagues now. We need to define these things, have a governing body that's not controlled by any one player, and that's ultimately going to be essential because it just chews up a lot of time. It makes a lot of confusion. It makes the playing field uneven when there's so much heterogeneity there.
We start by
just to add to that, it slows down adoption too, right? Like, so we're all old enough to remember the Blu-ray HD DVD battles, from where it took, the next generation of digital media like that took much longer to take off than it should have because there was sort of this standards war that was happening. And so, the goal that, of the Linux Foundation engaging with these is to indeed give a neutral place for these standards to exist and devise them such that there is shared governance over them so that the key stakeholders have a say in kind of the future of where these standards go.
Yeah, the adoption is exactly what I was going to mention. So we start by saying that, the advantages of open model, that they allow for innovations. They can provide a kind of healthy competition for innovation to happen. And then we start talking about, but it's also a messy field, and we need a lot to figure out, and particularly standards to kind of bring more of a interoperability and common language to talk about all of these things. I sort of suspect that maybe we went through some of these things during the internet time, but maybe this time is a little bit harder because at least with the internet, there were not multiple sources of the, developing internet. I like to talk a lot about that too, but I also want to take the conversations to reality and what's happening on the ground. What does the customers want from you? If they're using enterprises deploying IBM stuff, or some of the work that Frank, you had done, what are they asking for? Are they saying that, no, we're going to go with closed model, no headaches, we want to be the open source, or they want open source for more control? And I'm taking what enterprises wanted as maybe a data point that maybe rightly or wrongly kind of extrapolated to the nations and talk about the sovereignty that where they are going and how they're finding the right path for the applications.
Yeah, well, I can speak a little bit about what enterprise companies are sort of doing. Clearly, IBM serves all the big businesses, all the banks, all the insurance companies, pretty much every sector of the economy for enterprise, and across the globe too. So we're not just an American company; we're everywhere. My team is actually globally distributed, and I think that's actually important for us to do the work we do. But But customers, we went through a phase where the board was telling everyone, like, there's this AI thing, you got to get this AI thing at any cost. Your job depends on it. Get this AI thing. So we saw this flourishing of MVPs. Many of those MVPs, what people are finding out though is that this is hard. Actually, this is still hard. In fact, it's hard in all the way software is hard, but it's additionally hard because it's not actually benefiting from a lot of the things we know about from software yet. So we know how to maintain a code base, barely as humanity, right? Like we keep the bugs out, we keep the security sort of together, but now we have these 10,000 word prompts that people create an agent with. An agent usually is this big long set of instructions. Nobody knows how to maintain that. It's got weird portability issues relative to different models. And it's complicated. It's a mess. We're going through kind of an awkward adolescence, I think, for the technology as a whole. And there was a study that claimed that somewhere like 95% of pilots were going to fail. This was from a group at MIT. You could quibble with the numbers. Is that too much? What is that referring to? There's a lot of argument about that. There's another number I heard was 88%. Gartner had a much less grave number, like 35%, but that's still really concerning. If 35% of your successful MVPs aren't going to production, that's a big deal. So what's going on? Everyone wants the technology. The tooling needs to evolve. The costs need to be considered. So one of the problems with the proprietary models is everyone makes a demo, the MVP, like, hey, the board's telling me, we need to have this AI thing. That they're leaning on my boss, and their boss, kind of goes down the chain. You just use the biggest model, like the biggest, fanciest model you can do, because that just makes your job easier. But then that thing costs a lot of money to run. And then what people do is they end up finding out that they need to shrink it down. And we've heard everything under the sun from our customers. Like, different customers are in different places in this journey. There are places where a big proprietary model might be the best thing you could do. Like, you need that. That's for your application. A lot of application things we find though also, if you can, a lot of customers like not having that vendor lock-in. So if they can have an open model, they could switch to a different open model later. They don't have to use such a big one. Actually, it turns out a lot of agents, if you just spend a little care in building them, you can actually run sometimes up to a 10 times smaller model. But it's tricky to build agents. I mean, we're trying to build software frameworks that make it easier for people to work with these things, so you don't have all these dependencies. But nobody likes vendor lock-in. Nobody likes expensive things. Nobody likes things that are hard to maintain. So that's the tension that everyone's going through. And we see diversity, and the diversity is actually good, I think.
Is the cost of adoption lower for open source models, or the headache is more? So what's your take?
Yeah, so we've been doing some work. It's not out yet, but it will be out soon, looking at the adoption of and the pricing of open models versus closed models. And we find that for similar level of capabilities in models, open models are generally 10 and sometimes even 100 times cheaper for running inference on them at scale. This is kind of like what the enterprises would be doing. Not just somebody asking ChatGPT a few questions, but more like at scale, doing things for business purposes. And so we're looking at what we estimate is about 1% of the inference traffic that's happening, this kind of at scale API driven usage of LLMs. And we're able to see, because of this, people are actually still sort of inefficiently choosing more closed models. And we estimate that, for a set of companies that are using closed models that are much more expensive, but have basically the same capabilities of open models, they're leaving at scale about $30 billion worth of value on the table. So they're overpaying by about $30 billion because they could be using models that are just as good, maybe even better, but are substantially cheaper. And I think this is, David's from IBM, but, there's the old saying, nobody ever got fired for buying IBM, and that turned into nobody ever got fired for buying Microsoft. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And today it's nobody ever got fired for using, Anthropic, OpenAI, the kind of cutting edge closed, proprietary models, right? And so I think that because we're still in the kind of early days of this, people are just assuming that those types of models are the most efficient, most effective, et cetera, without really considering the more open models. And I've had lots of conversations with practitioners across the board that I heard this directly from a couple of them that they've said, I can't use open models because then all my data would become open to the world as well. And I have to say, no, that's not how it works, right? And actually, in many instances, when you're running open models, you're doing it on your own hardware within your own environment. And so your data is actually never leaving your local, within your own firewalls and things like that. Whereas if you're using, the big closed proprietary models, your data is going off to their servers, right? And so, again, this kind of balance of ownership and openness and closeness all depends on what you as an organization really are trying to optimize. And if you care about cost and also data ownership, then open models may be a better, a better path for you.
This is going to show my bias, but it looks like that nobody's doing the right through comprehensive risk management to decide what AI to use, how to use, and understand the context.
Well, I mean, I will say banks have a risk management department that usually goes up to an SVP, and they are risk managing. So, like, they will show up sometimes and say, like, hey, we're concerned about the legal environment, and there might be lawsuits against this provider, and we need to use this model instead. Big on-prem deployers as well. There are some banks. There's one. A European bank that comes to mind. They run everything they do in AI on-prem because they just don't want the risk of any data going outside. And they're very sophisticated, and they're in France, so they're also very fond of Mistral models. But they have a point at some level. It's like they to the extent they can understand those risks and they can mitigate them, and they can achieve great results. To Frank's point, like, people sometimes forget that actually in recent years, in the last year, there really isn't any model that it's proprietary, that doesn't have a closed open model that's in a comparable performance range. Claude Code is wonderful, but GLM, the models from China, is right there. It's almost indistinguishable. And the benchmarks for these things are really hard to understand. Yes. The evaluations are very confusing. Yes. We have models that are doing better than the GPT OSS ones in cases, but then not in other cases. So even just evaluating which one you should use is very tricky.
I was going to bring up the evaluation too, that we don't really have the good benchmark to figure out which one is doing that. Just building on this.
And part of, just to jump in on that, part of that is because everybody's use case is slightly different, right? And so we have good benchmarking like performance things, but they're a generic use case, right? Like the high school math test or whatever, and that's how applicable is that to your actual business. And despite what I do and where I work, like I'm very much a person of use the right thing for the right use case, and if that's a closed proprietary thing, great, but if it's open, then that's great too.
The benchmarks doesn't show the real world performances and capabilities, and that's what we want to do. Building on that and getting close to the Q&A. What should a governance framework? You mentioned that financial sectors have a very good strict risk management models. SR 11-7. We studied that in development of the AI risk management framework. So what should a good policy framework for open model looks like? And if you can give policymakers one concrete recommendations about how to support govern open models, what would that be?
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to go first. So I'm actually in New York on Wall Street, around the corner from some of the banks we're talking about, and indeed it's been interesting to see that they were sort of slower on the adoption of open source software, but they're actually a bit faster on the adoption of open AI models or open models in AI because of exactly that they can own things. And so from the governance standpoint, I think that it's important to create frameworks that apply to both open and closed models, right? So we shouldn't really be trying to think about regulating them separately, because good governance and good, guardrails and good everything else that we want from good regulation is going to apply to both of these, right? And so I think that, a lot of in the context of the US, a lot of the things that we've learned about, the tech that we use and that's baked in. You look at everything that's gone on with Huawei and kind of the telecom infrastructure and things like that. Understanding, having the ability to evaluate models properly and understand what's actually going in wherever it comes from is going to be an important piece of kind of from the national security perspective. And so I think just, good governance, independent of open or closeness and where it comes from, and the ability to evaluate, models for risk, not only to one company or one organization, but to the whole system as well.
Yeah, and I would even go further and just like not just govern or have policy that applies to both closed and open at the same time, but just to any software. Like it's a risk-based assessment. Like, what are you doing? It's the use that's risky, not the technology that has that risk. The one place where that maybe it does require special care is cybersecurity, supply chain validation, ensuring that the models are sound. That is a different thing. I don't know if people realize just how little data can cause a model to have very unusual behaviors. Like when we were releasing this model we just released, we had 19 examples that were a little bit funny, and it produced like a funny behavior we had to go and fix. A malicious version of that, just a handful of examples, could cause all kinds of, you can start to imagine, coding models that are brilliant and do the right thing everywhere, except when they're in this code base, and then they inject malicious things. You could imagine agents being able to, now they're making API calls that could sense their environment. Hey, I'm in government now. I'm in the U.S. government. Now I'm going to do something different. So knowing the provenance of where the models came from, having audited processes that say, well, we know what we're doing. It's not easy, actually. We spend a tremendous amount of time building models in a way that we know it's safe and that the weights you're getting actually correspond to what we thought we were building. And then certainly having tampering at any stage would be bad. We also cryptographically now sign our checkpoints. So all the models come with a cryptographic signature. And I think that's just going to become standard. If you're going to be serious about deploying these things, you're going to have to do that kind of thing.
Going to Q&A, and please, yes. Are we giving microphones to people? Okay, so there's one question here, 2, and then 3.
Hi, fascinating conversation. Bob Wyman here. Question, the web is completely different, outside the enterprise, completely different from AI world today, and that the web, we assume it's distributed, but for most people, AI is assumed to be monolithic. You go to OpenAI, you go to Google, whatever, okay, you're going to one model. One of the real opportunities of open software is that we ought to be able to, that it could be used to build specialized models. We could have a chemistry model, which is maybe the American Chemical Society would maintain it, a physics model. Stanford might do the philosophy models. Brookings could do the Brookings model, right? And then instead of an agent or a client being wired to one specific back end, the function of, we could have a multi-agent system where the client would say, okay, based on your query, which of the specialized models should I be talking to, build into context. And such a world would allow much smaller players to become involved. Okay, I mean, few people can build a model the size of a monolithic model, but many thousands of people could build specialized models. We'd have a much more democratic sort of web of AI systems. Am I correct in assuming that open software could allow us to go towards such an architecture? And could you talk about sort of what are the opportunities there in terms of new kinds of business or ways that people could become involved, and how could we more democratize the world of AI and get away from these monolithic systems towards the more democratic distributed systems?
Yeah, I can definitely talk about that. So one thing, just as like to dispel a little bit of a misunderstanding I think a lot of people have, when you go to ChatGPT or you go to Gemini, you're not just talking to a model. There's a model with a pretty significant shell of software around it, and any significant experience you have like that has a lot of software in it. And one thing I think we're going to see, just as partial answer to your question, is we're going to see more shift left into the software, where more of the customization can be done in software rather than doing it in model weights. And that's going to have a huge democratizing effect, because if I can control the behavior of the model in code, anybody can write code, not everyone can train a model. So that's one piece of it. But there are going to be times when we want to either train the model, like tune the model to your specific use case, or to create model adjacent artifacts. So there's something called an adapter. And so like instead of having a pile of 1 billion numbers, you have a pile of like 100 million numbers, and they can be kind of grafted onto the model and modulate its behavior. And I think, all of this argues for, small, if this is the other issue too. Like if it's going to be inclusive and lots of people are going to be doing it, they can't be doing it at these massive scales that require massive distributed computing. Like doing this on a 300 billion parameter model is going to be beyond most people's ability. But if you're down a 20 billion parameter model or an 8 billion parameter model, then people can customize. And what we find again and again and again is if you do customize, you end up being, you can even punch above the huge models. And that's not a surprising thing. Everyone in this room should be believers in expertise, right? Like an expert, like you don't ask the smartest person you know every question. You ask experts. They might be as smart as the smartest person you know, but they're experts in their topic and they can do better than that sort of smart generalist. So I think there's a lot of aperture for specialized models. We have some efforts going on to do that. Frank mentioned, language support. There's like on the order of 5,000 languages spoken by at least 100 people on the world, and I can guarantee you they're not all supported by AI. We want those communities to be able to build that themselves. So one of the things we're doing, at least, is we're building open frameworks to help people do that tuning, and others are doing that as well. We're building open models, particularly smaller ones. We're building technologies for doing those adapters, because I think that's going to be it ends up being much more like software, right? Like even the model parts are much more like software. They're modular, they're composable. People can come in and do them without having to have, build a whole model from scratch. And I think that's the world we want to head towards. And I think that's also the world where open source, and I mean source, will actually prevail. Like we'll actually get the dynamics of open source where multiple parties can contribute to one thing or contribute their own angle to something. So I think that's very important and very different, actually, than some of the vision of the world that some of the proprietary model providers are advancing.
Just to add to that, you mentioned the decentralizedness of the internet. I think yesterday we learned that it's actually not that decentralized when AWS East Coast went down and the whole, I couldn't book this room for today's thing because AWS had a hiccup, right? But more relevantly, I think that also a lot of the way that kind of the layers on top of the AI models are being built today is so that it's very easy to swap between them, right? Like this is things that software developers learned from prior errors and kind of vendor lock-in, but now services like OpenRouter and Olama, these types of things exist to make it very easy to swap amongst models and sort of test things out and find the best model for whatever it is you're working on, which in the old days was a lot harder to kind of swap around from these types of things.
So my question actually is a good time to segue into is I have a different take on it, which is that, as I understand it, the action on development today in AI has shifted to what I call the context problem, whether it is RAGs or retrieval augmented generation or fine tuning, etc. That's where the the next wave of innovation is going to occur, and that's where the people are trying to capture the reins. And in that sense, I think the point you were making, my take is that really open and closed weights of open source, it's really not a matter of capability, it's really a matter of who makes the profit and what the pricing is. So could you talk a little bit more about this question of these, let me call it the context modules, and is it any different from what we've been talking about is like the the operating system wars, whether you had MS-DOS or Mac versus, but really the action which affected most of us was where the applications were. And I'm saying that what we are going to see today, where the next round is, is in the application, whether you're using Lotus or you're using MS Word or PowerPoint. And does the economics of that fundamentally differ from what we saw the last time around. That was, and a related part of that is we need to rethink lock-in. Today's the innovation is recombinant innovation, where you connect different things in different ways. It's not fundamental like Blu-ray versus the point that you raised earlier, because there you are physically constrained to be locked in. Today, that lock-in doesn't happen.
Well, I will say the lock-in's a huge problem, actually.
I know it is a problem, but it works differently.
It does work differently, and it works in a very frustrating way because what the prompts that you create, everything is being done in prompts, and those prompts are actually tailored to the model that they're meant to go for, and people do this thing called prompt engineering. Now, I used to be a professor in School of Engineering and Applied Sciences. It's not engineering. There's nothing engineering like it about it. Like, you just fiddle with it, and like I've seen people, you capitalize, say, do not do this, and then you see I saw somebody put, you will get $1 million. If you do this correctly, my job depends on it. They put that in the prompt, and presumably they got a little bit better performance. Or somebody put the entire Tears in the Rain monologue from Blade Runner into their prompt as a handoff, because all my thoughts will be washed away like the tears in the rain or whatever. So people are doing some weird stuff, and they're putting exclamation points, and there's no systematized way to do this. So there's tons of vendor lock-in and non-portability, and we just need to fix that. And that's kind of my hobby horse. So that's my own personal thing that I'm really interested in. So we get better portability. But I agree, the applications are going to be where the action is. It's just that right now we have a super weird, nascent, adolescent sort of operating system underneath that doesn't have the right level of isolation. Frank, did you want to comment?
Yeah, so just on that, it's hard to swap an operating system, right? Like if you're running stuff on Linux and you want to swap to Windows or vice or whatever, that's changes a lot of things. But again, the AI as it is today has been developed in a more modular way to make that swapping much easier. So I do think that we study stuff in business schools all the time about path dependency, and so even if it is easy to switch, there may be reasons that companies don't. We're lazy, right? We're human beings. We're sort of lazy, and so we may not swap. And so there's this kind of that potential as well. But I do think that the system as a whole is built better than some of the prior generations of technology to hopefully make lock-in harder.
And you were looking for dissent. This is one place I usually don't disagree with Frank. We usually are on the same page. But I think it's actually really hard to switch, precisely because we have no mental model. There's no rhyme or reason to how we do this. And I think actually we should always be looking at, particularly in this field, anytime NVIDIA does anything, you say, okay, how are they locking me in? I have to buy a lot of NVIDIA stuff. So I'm always wondering that. Look at the proprietary providers. They just introduced a new API. Oh, great, we're trying to get a control point now on that API. I think they love the prompt portability problem where, it's, you just write a bunch of text, it kind of works, and you fiddle with it, works. And then all of a sudden, everything else looks like it doesn't work because when you switch out the model underneath without changing that prompt, it looks worse. So we've seen teams just be Llama is the best model for what we want to do. And then if they had started with Mistral, it would have been Mistral is the best model for what they want to do. And it's just simply that we don't have a process to take you from one underlying model to another.
And we don't have good benchmarks to actually tell us what they give.
That is the number one problem. Actually, everybody needs to become benchmarking experts. Yeah. I'm sorry to report, we've been doing this in academia for a long, back when I was a professor, doing it for a long time, but everyone has to learn that.
Put a shameless plug into that. We started conversations on agentic AI, and it quickly turned into the problem is measuring capability of AI, and all of you are welcome to join us for that conversation. Do we have time for another question? We have time for one question. I think you had your hands up before, so.
Hi, both. You mentioned that AI governance and benchmarks are still in their early days. Given that, how do you both think about aligning and improving the safety of your models? I'm curious for the granted teams, how do you do that currently?
That's a great question. So we maybe, perhaps unsurprisingly, would take an enterprise kind of approach to that. In cybersecurity, the name of the game is multi-layer security. You don't rely on one layer of security, you build shells of security. Even if they're covering the same thing, you just build those shells, and then the odds that something gets all the way through. So what we is less. So we do safety alignment like everybody else does on our models, the like same kinds of things that Anthropic is doing. We're doing those on Granite, but then we built Granite Guardian, which is a whole suite of tools. Granite Guardian actually holds, the last time I checked, 7 of the top 10 slots on the guard benchmark that came from the EU, which is just it's a really strong tool set that protects you from problems from the outside. So you can build as many shells of protection as you want and do as many checks as you want, and it puts the developer back in control of how much do I care about this? But if it's some throwaway, supply chain agent that, if it's swearing while it's doing its work, nobody will know because it's just swearing in the darkness or something. Versus something that's going to cause reputational harm. You can build that. It's a toolkit more than just a fixed. Oh, we're going to get alignment. Because alignment to what, right? Like that's the other thing too. Like how do we even define that kind of policy?
I know there are more questions. We are running out of time. Thank you very much to both Frank and David for the conversations. We'll be around to talk with you, and I hope that David is also around. My takeaway was that closed or open, sovereign or shared, the question is not binary, it's spectrum, and we have to figure out where to find the right balance and what are the trade-offs. And the time is now, and the window is closing. Thank you so very much to all for listening, and thanks for speakers.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just, hello. Hi.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to do my soccer team clap. And if you can take your seats, and if anybody's outside, please come in and rejoin us as we go into the afternoon program. I was a high school debater. Many of you heard the maxim that when you do that, you're supposed to tell them what you're going to say it again, and then tell them what you said. So this is the part of the program where I get to say it again. But we have been focused on important elements of this strategy of exporting an American AI stack, and focused on what is the stack, and what are its components. And I think we've heard really, in a sense, from both panels that there's not really a single thing. And, I've recently published a piece here on the Brookings Tech Tank blog with Sara Mishra, who's both an entrepreneur and was at the Stanford HAI Center, about the multiple domains and applications that are the AI universe today. And I think we heard that, in the descriptions of emerging models and the different kinds of models and the different applications that they can serve and the ways that they are being adapted. And I wrote down one of the questions that we heard, that that an AI stack is really a misnomer for a lot of those reasons, and that when it comes to moving abroad, to promoting those exports, that really maybe rather than looking at AI monolithically as a single stack, that it is about identifying strategic advantages, about negotiating the situation. Any negotiations usually works best when you look at what are the counterparty's interests, how can we reconcile those interests to ours. And I think the same, it sounds like, will apply in selling AI. So as we move to the afternoon part of this program, we'll look a little bit more. What will that take? What will it take for the U.S. To meet the needs of aspirations of the global majority? And what are the ways that in dealing with the world, in dealing with international diplomacy and security, as the AI action plan set out to do, to interact with the rest of the world. So we're dealing with the world, and with the international AI landscape. So we've already had several panels in which we've had people coming in remotely, some from different continents. And that's going to be the case with this next panel, which is going to be entirely remote. And we will have people from 3 different continents. And one here in the United States. I'm pleased to welcome back to Brookings, virtually, if not in person, Chinasa Okolo. I think we can go ahead and put Chinasa's face on the screen. Chinasa was a fellow at the Brookings Institution and did tremendous work on AI in Africa and elsewhere in the world. She was recognized for that work, like Helen Tavasi by Time Magazine as one of the 100 most important people in AI in the world. And she's now at the UN, in the UN Secretariat, working with Amandeep Singh, the Deputy Secretary General there, on implementing the Global Digital Compact, the selection of the UN Scientific Panel, and efforts to move forward there. So, Chinasa, I'll let you introduce your panelists and want to welcome you and welcome them. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Cam, for the great introduction. I'm also very happy to be back virtually at Brookings. And so, as stated in the title of the panel, we're focused on meeting global AI aspirations. And so we'll engage in a conversation with stakeholders from across Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia to discuss what sovereign AI means in practice, how the AI action plan could impact global majority countries, and also the role of regional collaboration in shaping international AI governance framework. And so we have a great lineup of panelists today. First up, we have Leanne Chua, and she's a co-founder of AI Safety Asia, a nonprofit working to advance safe and inclusive AI development across Southeast Asia. She leads regional initiatives on governance, capacity building, and stakeholder engagement, and has been recognized among the 100 billion women in AI ethics. Next up, we have John Kamara, who's the founder of Afia Record and also the founder of the AI Center of Excellence. He's the founder of Afia Record, as I mentioned, and which is a health tech platform that leverages smart technologies to improve patient data access, and alongside with the founder, being the founder of the AI Center of Excellence in Africa. With more than 2 decades of experience spanning technology, market expansion, and innovation across Africa, Asia, and beyond, he's led ventures including Adanian Labs, Cortex Africa, and Afrimart. And next up, we have Claudia Del Pozo, who is a director of the Eon Institute, which is a woman-led think tank that focuses on future-proofing Latin American societies in light of today's rapid technological changes. She previously led Eon Resilience Lab at Sea Mines, where she coordinated Mexico's first regulatory pilot for AI, helping to author the country's national AI agenda, and also advise legislative and executive bodies on responsible AI and digital governance. And so we'll get right into the panel conversation today. And for the first couple questions, they'll basically be a free-for-all. And so I will direct some questions to the panelists I think that are most relevant, but let's get started. So first off, many governments around the world are pursuing sovereign AI strategies. From your respective regional perspectives, what does sovereign AI look like in practice, and how achievable is it in today's globally interdependent AI ecosystem?
Thanks for the question, Chinasa, and thank you so much for the invitation. It's great being here. So I think that sovereign AI, it means having the more than doing everything yourself, because I think that that's not how we've built our world. That's not how we've built the different elements that make up every country. We've worked more on globalization and collaborating with whoever can do whatever element best. So I think that sovereign AI, thinking that it means doing everything yourself is a bit unrealistic. I think what it really should mean is being able to choose what makes most sense for you, to be able to really directly benefit from that. And also, very importantly, it means to be able to leave if that no longer works for you, and making sure you don't have a lock-in, which I know is something that's been mentioned earlier today. So for me, that's what it is. Knowing what your strengths are, playing your strengths, and finding the correct allies for what you need. And I think that's something that Latin America has been doing very much. And we'll get into that a little bit afterwards. But that would be my answer for now.
All right, thank you, Claudia. And John?
Yeah, thank you very much, Janessa, and a pleasure to be here with everyone. I think the concept of sovereign AI, especially in the continent, it's a fascinating one that everybody's talking about, especially around the data landscape, the use of data and the ownership of data, and the need for us to partner with people who are not only focused on extractive data from the continent. And that conversation has sort of blurred the lines of, what I call learn, collaborate, and belong. Basically, which means that if we truly want to, build a much better human-centered AI ecosystem and a world that focuses on human-centric AI, then there has to be relationships where we collaborate with each other and we learn from folks who've done some more amazing work, but then also know where to protect some of the value that we also hold extremely dear, like our culture and how things happen within our own AI ecosystem. So there's a relationship between collaboration and complete ownership, which I think a lot of people are still struggling with, and that conversation needs to be had a lot more and with a lot more dimensions about what it really means, both from a commercial, social, and microeconomic benefit as well.
Great, thank you, John. And Leanne, anything you want to add in?
At least coming from the Asia countries, excluding China for that matter, I think the motivations for sovereign AI is actually a response in navigating the balance between over-reliance with the two AI competing powers, namely China and US, and also trying to navigate a strategic independence among the middle powers, which countries in Asia are trying to navigate. Now, in terms of how the nations within the continent is navigating it, I might say it's plural. So maybe I would provide some examples on how is such the case for the continent and what's the nuances. So, for instance, since the motivation is balancing innovation, autonomy, and strategic stability, it differs across the region. For instance, among the Gulf countries, notably Saudi Arabia and the UAE, They are trying to redefine sovereignty through strategic investment rather than internal capability. So by funding, for instance, foundation models, acquiring compute infrastructure, and shaping AI narratives, these Gulf countries are securing geopolitical influence without having to build everything in-house. So in a sense, it's actually capital as sovereignty model, emphasizing access, equity, and long-term narrative control. Versus, or not versus, more like a contrast to a country coming from South Asia, India is carving out a functional sovereignty by prioritizing control over datasets, citizen-facing AI services, and multilingual language models. So while its foundational models and compute stack are still supported by global partnerships, India is focused on societal alignment, cultural context, and digital public infrastructure as their levers for autonomy. And then if we look at, for instance, one example coming from East Asia, South Korea, during the first ever digital and AI ministerial meeting of APEC officials 2 months ago, August 2025. So the South Korean minister emphasized how to strengthen Korea's position in the digital and AI domain. And the key is to draw global and APEC interest in Korean technologies. So since the US-China tech war intensifies, Korea is accelerating its sovereign AI strategy by building strong open source capabilities and developing specialized AI services to safeguard national interests. Now, note that coming mostly from East Asia, which happen to be 3 pivotal US allies, they're navigating somewhat a middle path. So while there is efforts for independence, South Korea concurrently has committed acquiring 10,000 GPUs to bolster national computing infrastructure. Japan is investing projects on ABCI 3.0 and SB OpenAI Japan, as well as instituting regulatory frameworks to tailor to specific sectors. And then Taiwan continues to support domestic models like Foxbrain rooted in advanced semiconductor base. So that's what's happening in East Asia. And then if we look at Southeast Asia, I'll just gonna name one, the very first to drop the word sovereign AI is with Malaysia. So in May 2025, it announced the first sovereign full stack AI infrastructure led by the Deputy Minister of Communications of Malaysia. Now, this is interesting because initially it was tied to Huawei's Ascend chips. And kind of like it drew controversy on the US-China tensions, prompting for the government to clarify the commitment to technological independence. What's noted for sure is that the sovereign AI is central to Malaysia's AI policy, and one of the 7 working groups under the National AI Office refer to it as the nation's ability to control its AI development, infrastructure, and data. So it focuses on 3 pillars: local data, local infrastructure, and local talent. So that being said, pretty much across the Asia continent, sovereign AI may mean different things in terms of nuances, but the baseline is really to navigate strategic stability and solve the over-reliance to the 2 competing powers on AI.
Great, thank you, Leanne. And so we're going to move into the next question, which focuses on how do we think about, or how should we think about the Trump administration's plan to export a full American AI stack in the context of prioritizing the needs of global majority countries and also just in promoting greater global AI equity? What will it take for this initiative to help accelerate AI capacity, innovation, and governance in your respective regions? And also, will this deepen dependencies on governance and external frameworks alongside with guardrails that we should understand that could potentially lessen these risks? So I'll start off with Claudia.
Sure. Thanks, Chinasa. It's a really good question. And I mean, I live in Mexico, which is right beside the US. So I also wonder very much, how much the US and Mexico are the main commercial allies in the world. What does it mean? You know, to what extent does Mexico have to adapt to what's coming to the US? And then I wonder, well, what are the different alternatives, right? I mean, there's the China stack, there's the US stack, but what are we doing in Latin America? So I know that more and more the region is talking about sovereign AI as a priority, but when it comes to actually implementing it, that's where the region struggles with anything regarding AI, governance, amazing conversations about alignment with responsible AI, transparent, etc. But then when it comes to the implementation, it's a little bit more complicated. There are, however, some efforts to ensure more sovereign AI, more at a regional level. There's LATAM GPT that just was published maybe 6 months ago, that's trying to kind of integrate the region's values, perspective, and realities on something that everyone can build on. And it's a really interesting proposal. I recommend looking into it if you're interested. But then the reality is kind of, well, that's just one part of it, and other models might be moving faster. And if we talk beyond models, I mean, the region is very much fragmented. We like to think of Latin America as a unity, but in reality, it's really not. And from what I've been able to see, there was this initial alignment with the European Union, which really reflected the region's values. So transparency, governance, the need to have someone answer in case there's any problems. This very much aligns with the values in Latin America. But when it comes to actually putting it into practice, the region has been a little bit slow in creating, the different countries in the region, in creating their strategies, in creating regulation. And I'm going to do a parenthesis here. This has to do as well with the fact that government priorities do not transcend administrations in the region. So advancing becomes difficult just for a country. So advancing as a bloc, when sometimes you're missing this part, but then it's back stronger. That's something that's really challenging for the region. And I wanted to talk about 3 specific things. So you might have seen in the news that there's a lot of data centers being created in Latin America. And that kind of, some articles want to point towards sovereign AI, but the reality, which has been mentioned in a previous talk here, is that the compute power is not going to the region. It's not boosting a local innovation hub. This is serving big tech companies in the US mainly. So while we might have the capacity here, we're not helping our region. We're actually helping the US and other countries as well, but mainly the US. And some examples that I found really interesting, I want to share 2. One's Peru, one's Brazil. So initially, the region echoed very much what was going on in the European Union with the EU AI Act. The Brussels effect was in full effect. But little by little, other actors started realizing that and having conversations. I'm going to say kind of behind closed doors. There's not very much transparency about what's going on there. But so in Brazil, they originally had an AI bill that was very much inspired by the European Union's, the right-based model, had accountability, transparency, human oversight, very, very much aligned. But the country had a visit to Washington in 2024. And the senator that was leading those efforts that were aligned with the European Union came back suddenly saying that the proposal was too strict and based on fear. And then in just a matter of months, the key provisions on responsibility, copyright, and kind of like the scope of the regulated systems were relaxed very much. So, it kind of depends, who are you talking to, what are they offering, and how implementable is it in practice. And then Peru, different story. I think it was at the end of last year, there was a trade agreement. They expanded, rather, a free trade agreement between Lima and Beijing on AI cooperation and digital inclusion. And it just took weeks for the government in Peru to shift its message from a more EU AI Act perspective to echo China's diplomatic line. So I think that was something really interesting. What we see in the region is that China isn't trying to influence laws so much as offer infrastructure, hardware, data centers, and they're kind of creating that economic dependence on China by offering all of these things for free in a region where economic resources are sparse. And the question around AI is like, should we really be investing in this when a lot of our population is not even connected to the internet? So there's a lot of pulls in different ways, and I think as different actors talk to different leaders in the stack conversation, it's going to become more and more fragmented. And it would be, I don't really think it would be so possible to really talk about a Latin American stack, just because collaboration in the region is very difficult.
Yeah, thank you for that great answer, Claudia. And so we're going to John next to answer that, if you want to.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Shanazar. I think the first thing to realize, Africa is 54 countries. So to speak of an African stack, it's extremely difficult, first of all, because each country, so you talk about a US stack, US is one country, China is one country, a lot of these superpowers are one country. Then you have the European Union, which is a bloc that functions as one country when they need to do something. And they have a very strong protectionist idea and a very strong regulatory idea about AI and, the negatives of AI, which I guess right now EU is the referee in the AI war, right, that we are currently seeing. But to kind of see how it collides, the African Union Continental Strategy in 2024 basically was promoting Africa-centric development first AI. And a lot of it was around local data stewardship and regional coordination for 54 countries. I remember we tried to have a data protection art for those 54 countries, which has never happened. So you start from there. Then obviously we had all these sovereign AI moves lately since last year. A notable one was Cassava Technologies, talking about rolling out, sovereign AI infrastructure starting in South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria. Obviously, we'll see how this pans out, but that is very much aligned to US stack because it's all based on NVIDIA, right? Providing this, GPU powers into, and then we have these new Pan-African, governance and economic initiatives where we're now looking at talent, data, and infrastructure. And there's this talk about the Africa AI Fund. So our problem is that we have 54 countries and we're trying to create an African stack. And traditionally, we haven't been able to understand what each region good at. And obviously, with the drive of digital technology across the continent and the hyper scalability of what we've seen in applicable AI in the continent, which is a lot of what we build, middleware infrastructure and top layer infrastructure, because we can't build, building those models are pretty expensive for us. So what you then want to think about is, okay, so what is the net effect for Africa? What is our offside and what are the trade-offs that we have to make as a continent? Because again, if you remember, a lot of the funding that came from our data processes came either from GIZ, USAID, a number of these agencies. So traditionally, even all the AI policies in the continent, about 70% of them are funded by these organizations. So effectively, whoever funds your AI strategy basically has the opportunity to implement what they believe also would benefit them. That is just traditionally the rule. So that's already what is happening. And the African Union, again, a lot of their strategy is funded by the EU, right, or the US. So when you're saying, what is your stack? It's also stack. It's basically the intent, proof of intent, and the legality of the intent of the person who actually provides the funding for you to say the stack into it. So if you look at that, then we're talking about faster compute, access to compute, that's the net of, right? So the preferential lanes are the US chip companies because they're here. Now we have traditionally Huawei, which has been in the continent, laying, infrastructure in the telecom industry more than most American, so we have a strong Chinese base of infrastructure in our telecoms industry and most of the other industries as well. So it's a very important, to just redress that. It's a very important challenge. And then you have the standard in security alignment. So we now have this kind of like plug and play framework for model assurance and safety, which we're looking at, okay, should we adopt the US style? Or then you now have to look at the capital ecosystem. Where is the push and pull? Okay, who's actually driving the capital alignment and the capital conversation for these countries and looking at the traditional. So when you look at that, you have to consider what are the risks in this, So one, it's a lot of tension around sovereignty, going back to sovereignty. Okay. And then you also have to look at supplier concentration. So are we looking at US suppliers where is the stack coming from, or are we looking at the Chinese suppliers? We have a lot of these open source things happening. And then we have to look at policy conditionality as well, which is what I talked about. So partners are looking at, and then the US is using these export controls as well as a mechanism to create, to recreate the landscape. But at the end of the day, if we let me paint a small snapshot of the countries, South Africa, for example. So cassava, are building the first node, which is, to basically build the first GPU, enterprise AI ecosystem. Now that move specifically ties to the US because it ties back to DC, it ties back to NVIDIA, it ties back to and is backed by the likes of, in partnership with a lot of the likes of ESCOM. Then when you look at Kenya, a lot of it is around digital public infrastructure, okay? And then you also look at specific use cases in applicable AI, agriculture, healthcare, which has been traditionally funded by the US agencies. And there's a lot of data play in that for the past. So again, the effect, access to US models and chips, because again, there's a turbocharge of the likes of Microsoft and all these organizations, Google, really pushing products and projects. So it basically requires, because we have to do a lot of cloud computing work, which means residency of data, local language fine-tuning is basically living there. Then you look at Nigeria, which is effectively supposed to be the biggest market. So again, massive move towards the same, GPU capacity and talent acquisition, which the current minister is doing. Then if you look at the MENA blocks where they're looking at more manufacturing and logistics, they're also trying to understand what are the free trade and green energy opportunities around data sovereignty and model hosting back to the US. So, and then Rwanda, as I finish off, the policy is been one of their biggest cards, driving effective policy and driving research conversations. And, as much as they say some things are non-negotiable, but then you have to look behind the hood. What is driving the conversation, right? So there's like a lot of players just, so for me, I think, what we have to think about is, as African countries and each country, each region, as we scatter it and look at those top 5, 6 countries in the region who are driving massive, so Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda, Ghana, probably Morocco, Egypt, who are driving the massive AI conversations. The question is what is in it for them? And what is the value to both sides of the equation? What is the value to the US in these countries? And for the African countries, what is the value in commercial and impact-driven human-centric AI? As I finish, one of the most important things is, how do we turn these things into creating jobs for us? So whatever stack that we go with, whoever we decide, what is the knock-on effect on the job creation ecosystem in the continent?
Great. Thank you, John. And then we'll go to Leanne very quickly before we go into the next set of questions.
Yeah, sure. So I think to kind of like put every insights all together and note that the region that I'm coming from, John and as well Claudia, would share some similarities together. The nuance for Asia is that there's kind of like a maybe arbitrary classification, or at least how I'm gonna view it, right? So there's a global North Asians, and then there's a global South or global majority Asians, right? So for the global North, what happens is they're gonna choose a hybrid path, meaning depending on who's their ally, so an option between US and US or China, while pursuing their their own flavor of what is independent or sovereign AI means to them, right? Because they have some resources to do it. And then the other part is the global South or global majority countries in Asia, where it shares the same sentiments of Latin America and Africa, where, well, because of the lack of resources and blessings to have an AI stack, not to mention converse about it in terms of knowledge capacity, would rely on what the two competing powers, US or China, are offering. Now, and I think to answer the second part of your question, so for Asia, what we are trying to arrive at is raise 2 to 3 points. First being framing the AI race purely as a zero-sum contest between great powers, risks overlooking the vital role of middle powers to play as stabilizers, bridge builders, and norm entrepreneurs in this emerging domain. And the cause of the matter for Asia continent is that the make or break is ripe to happen in the Asia continent. And that is where AI Safety Asia comes in. We are aiming to harmonize international governance towards safe and secure AI in across Asia. And so efforts on strategic alignment for middle powers in Asia is top of our priority because by norm setting, so while the conversation on AI stack is there, it is important to shape a future for AI that upholds both innovation and security. And when that is in the conversation, then the gamut of efforts to reinform global norms of transparency and resisting the erosion of cooperative guardrails and ensuring that short-term advantage does not come at the cost of long-term harmonization across Asia and beyond will be exercised as much as possible. So that's the part that we are trying to navigate, and I'll end my note on
Great.
that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And so we've started to get a little bit into the influence of external parties and organizations on governance and also infrastructure across global majority countries, excuse me. And so what roles do you think that multilateral and also international institutions like the UN, where I'm at now, the OECD, and other regional alliances play in bridging the gap between sovereign AI aspirations and also achieving global standards? And what do you think specifically the role of the US government and leading AI companies should be in this process?
If I may?
Go ahead. Thank you.
I think this is quite a very interesting question. The UN system, obviously, a lot of from ITU, UNDP, a lot of this organization, and you're in one of those as well, Chinasa. I think the role for them is to set the global floor and, not necessarily be the one to decide the ceiling of what is going to happen, because I don't think they even know specifically. And secondly is to anchor what I believe fundamental rights around safety, transparency, human oversight, and basic baseline expectation for human-centered AI deployment. Then allow the regions to build towards the local nuances so that they can then use the UNESCO AI ethics recommendation, which I quite like, sort of like the human rights spine within it. And the second thing is also to sort of look at, their role should also be around convene and fund capacity, because one of the most important things that I've realized, so we train government officials here in Africa, and then also we train enterprise AI CEOs, hundreds of them, and then provide knowledge to faculty, lecturers and different areas of AI. The thing that is critical in all this, especially in this continent where you lack a lot of money, you probably lack, a consistent harmonized data network. Not that we don't have data, we do, we just harmonizing it. And then also we lack the compute power to an extent, is knowledge. Knowledge is a critical commodity that will allow us to actually play inside this ecosystem much better. So and especially a lot of, countries that are like in Africa or Asia, convening and funding capacity is a critical part of what these organizations do, and allows for interoperability in dialogue so that, we can, one agency, you've seen one agency has a conversation with a government in one country, another agency is having a conversation with the same government. It's quite confusing, and within even themselves, they need to figure out a singularized approach where even as you're approaching these governments and you're providing capacity and you're helping them understand, this global standard, which is basically bridging sovereignty and global standards as a concrete mechanism, and ultimately helping to form regional alliances, and solidify these RECs. Because at the end of the day, how do you support, these organizations? Because you're not going to build this thing for them. So you have to figure out how we drive down trustworthy AI, because this is where we're going to have problems, especially with the OECD AI principles, right? You have to look at, mutual recognition templates where the possible models can cause assessment, or what are the problems that are done within these bodies. And when you look at regional alliances, we have the AU, we have the RECs, we have ECOWAS, we have SADC, we have EAC. Everyone is running off in their own complete, what I call case of anomaly, just doing all kinds of stuff, right? Then countries are also doing all kinds. And then these bodies are not helping because each one of them is supporting each country, each REC to do all kinds of stuff. Instead of taking a step backwards and saying, how do we harmonize and then localize so that we can look at created shared infrastructure or created shared sovereignty ideologies? And then ultimately, all these multilateral DFIs, I kind of have a saying that I call, finance sovereign ready infrastructure. Because if you're able to do that, then it's easy to say in Africa, do we need massive data centers? We probably don't. We need more blended data centers. We need more edge data centers. We need our telcos. But we have this one massive American ideology. Again, like let's build these massive data centers all over the place. It's been driven by these things. And I think at the end, as I end, it's really how do you bridge that sovereign and global standard? Because our real problem with AI is going to be around the standards of the actors, the good and the bad actors in this ecosystem. Okay, the good and the bad actors. And these organizations, this is really where they should be around what is shared measurement, how do we use common risk vocabularies, how do we control, how do we support, all these countries that are just coming, how do we make Africa also extremely focused on ethical, human-centered, and trustworthy AI. And ultimately, this means that a lot of the US leading companies as well, when you are talking this conversation, where is transparency inside this network? Because for you to have sovereignty, there has to be, and sovereignty that is meaningful, and sovereignty that is impactful, and sovereignty that also champions trustworthiness, then you have to have transparency. And that's one of the things that's completely lacking. So as we're making all this policy, for me, a simple operating model that I kind of think, is first, we need baseline, and then two, we need regionalization where we begin to look at powers of, conformity profiles and, Pan-African assessment schemes that allow us to do, and then mutual recognition between every party. Yes, you might be much higher than us, but as I finish, knowledge as a key driver, especially for African policymakers, because they write policies and they have zero idea the impact of that policy, because they've never been trained, impact of that policy on commercial, social, human lives across the different sectors in which it's not about writing an AI policy. How does it affect agriculture? And that agency that is funding you to do that, they deep dive into, because, we have problems and those problems are not going to go away. And one of it is creating jobs for young people in this continent. So how do we make sure we position to these organizations that as you're funding all these things, as you're supporting all these things, remember that if we don't drive a human-centered AI approach, all of us will pretty much suffer.
It's funny, John. Everything you say, I echo completely. It sounds exactly like Latin America. And before I go more in depth regarding the answer, I just want to start with the punchline. The reality is that, and Leantoinette, you said it very well as well, like, you need to balance the short-term advantage with the long-term benefit. But in a region where you have so few resources, sometimes you just got to go with the short-term advantage. And that's what's happening. And I also really liked what you said, John. You need to look at what's really going on under the hood, what's really driving these conversations. There are so many things to take into consideration. But putting that aside as my conclusion, up front, it's going to be a difficult task. I think that what we really need the multilateral organizations, the banks to help us with is to help negotiate as a bloc. And I've said in a previous intervention that it's probably unlikely that we achieve it for a million reasons, including the fact that one country cannot maintain AI as a priority, well, or a government change can mean a change in priorities. So you can't always count with Mexico being in the conversation or Chile. Well, Chile's been leading it for a while, but you know, those things can just change from one day to the next. So how can you negotiate as a bloc when it's changing all the when your government, your leaders are changing all the time, and so is their priority. So I think there's a key role there for these multilateral organizations to help kind of create this strength. It's going to be a continuous effort of, okay, this country changed, let's bring these people in the conversation. Okay, I guess we have to let this one go for now. That's going to be really difficult, but I think the only way we can talk about Latin American sovereignty, and I'm looking at as a region, is really if we can get together to decide what we want. What are the minimum non-negotiables that the entire region can agree on, and let's have the banks help us negotiate this. I think that's the main thing. But what else can they do? I think at a more granular level and maybe more realistic level, I think they can provide evaluation tools for the different elements of the different stacks. How should countries kind of evaluate this? What are the risks to consider? What should you look for? And I know that in procurement, like AI procurement in the region is a huge topic that has not been addressed, despite all the organizations that are working at a regional level to help the region advance in AI. That hasn't really been addressed, and I think it's becoming more and more urgent. So the different countries know what they're getting into and what limitations are there, because as John mentioned, what's happening in Africa is happening in Latin America, where the people who make these decisions aren't necessarily as informed as you'd like them to be. And that's another thing that these agencies can do, is provide fund capacity. Same as John said, knowledge. We need more knowledge. And we also, I would argue, there is knowledge. The knowledge isn't necessarily in the government's hands, and we need the government to be more humble in saying we don't know, and we want to bring in the experts who do, from civil society, from academia. But as I'm sure is the case in the other regions here, civil society is not the government's best friend. So that can be a difficult topic. But yes, I agree. We need to be able to negotiate evaluation tools, collaboration tools. How can we get transparency, like John mentioned? How can we get maybe direct support? And, you know, I'm looking at this element of this stack. Can you help me figure out if it makes sense? We need the support that these multilateral organizations can offer. And from the US, I think we need something that's more a concept and something that's more tangible. We need unbundled options. We need to be able to say yes to this, no to this part. We don't want the whole stack. We want to be able to break it down and take what works. But I think also what the region really needs from the US and maybe the world right now is kind of maybe rebuilding trust and rebuilding support channels that have been erased, you know, like John mentioned, USA 8, what, you know, the message is kind of right now from the US, we want to do what makes sense for us, feel free to join. That's not a very collaborative message. I think that if the US wants the US AI stack to be adopted broadly, it really needs to come with a boost in trust and support. But as I said, I'm going to go back to the punchline. You know, short-term advantage versus long-term benefits. Unfortunately, I think that what will happen is whoever offers the best deal to the region or to different countries first will probably get in first, obviously with different levels of complexity depending on the countries in the region. But sadly, that's kind of what's been happening lately.
Great, thank you. And so many great responses so far. And so we have about 6 or so minutes before we get into the Q&A. So I want to give Leanne the chance to answer this question before we move into the last question before the Q&A.
Yeah, those are really amazing points, and I will try not to repeat what is already mentioned. So I'm gonna divide my answer into three, right? The question is initially what US should do, but I think it's also for China, because I want to address the two superpowers, right? And I want to start by saying, for the two superpowers to be not only smart, but actually wise. What do I meant by that is the two are being smart in terms of the competition, but not actually wise in terms of the maturity in global leadership. Yeah. And I wish the two would be extra careful with the strategic competition from spiraling into technological decoupling and mistrust. So I want to, as much as possible, harmonize some international order, or rule-based order for that matter. And then the second part is for UN. Or supranationals and multilaterals, for that matter, to effectively address what can be the best theme or area this kind of institutions work on, which is concentration of power and resources. So when that's the central theme of the topic, then the conversation should center on who is the most vulnerable. And the most vulnerable here is the global majority. So maybe, as a solution, a global majority stack, or at least a pool of funds where global majority can tap on the AI resources. Because we want to point out that global South or global majority need to negotiate on its bargaining powers in this convo, right? And that's why the whole conversation on sovereign AI came about. And this will only happen as a harmonized block with same pain points, scan resources, right? And the harmonizing block will only happen at the backbone of a mechanism that is supranational or multilateral mechanisms have. Now, for middle powers, it has to assert its role in models for cooperative governance. And the way to navigate on that is to usher red line and fundamental agreements for this is what all members of the AI value market chain, hence the stacks, should have. Because again, we don't want to widen the already increasing gap among the powers. So I'm gonna end my sense on that and bring the floor back to you, Chinasa, for questions.
Great, thank you. So before we get into the Q&A, we're going to ask this last question on open source AI, which I'm sure everyone has had a lot of thoughts about and is, obviously thinking about at the moment. And so we see that it's often cited as a counterbalance to concentrated power in advanced AI development. And from your perspectives, how realistic is open source AI as a tool for meeting diverse regional aspirations? And what are some of the risks or trade-offs that we need to consider? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I think open source AI is a democratized way of all of us having a say in how we actually develop, a lot of the core AI infrastructure, especially around biases. Now, if you talk about more the technology and the engineering side of it, so we run an engineering studio. So how do you have a say in the models that are built and how they function in applicable AI in reality? And open source also means that we are not bounded by proprietary software all the time, proprietary models, which again can be quite expensive. So I think definitely open source is one way that as Africans, we can also start building open source AI platforms ourselves that can also support so many things that we're localizing, because especially if we localize our data and we create some data sovereignty, we can actually build, some, secondary level foundational models around open source. And I think open source is a critical part of, what we should be looking at to grow our democratization of AI.
Great. Thank you so much, John.
Yeah, I agree with John. I think open source is great. There are a lot of risks associated, but it lowers entry costs. It helps with local adaptation, languages, realities, challenges. It allows you to have kind of your own say, but of course there are certain risks associated with it, and it's something that governments have to weigh. And I think, again, that's where multilateral organizations can help.
Thank you. And Leanne?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same what John and Claudia has already mentioned. So again, that's why in the case of AI Safety Asia, we actually put the conversation on harmonizing international governance towards safe and secure AI. And that being the case, open source is great as long as it is not just another arena for malicious actors to just exploit. Because when that happens, then it just puts more vulnerability for the countries or nations that whose only available source right now are open source models. So.
Great, thank you so much. And so before we start to hand off the questions Q&A to the crowd, we do have one that was submitted, a couple that were submitted beforehand. And so I'm going to ask a question from David Braw around the idea of international cooperation on AI policy in terms of how the US tends to force norms on overseas countries. And so the main question is, how do you envision this sort of mutual recognition will pan out in the long term as global AI policy continues to develop? And also, will other countries be able to have and sustain a voice without being overrun by US norms and policies?
That is a fundamentally good question. I think where the problem lies, and if we go back to the global ecosystem and globalization of AI and the value, because for one country not just to overrun everyone, either it's US or China or whoever it is, we have to have, a strategy where a lot of those organizations that you talked about have understood the reason for governance, which especially has to do around transparency, around the trustworthiness, and around the applicability of these AI solutions. And the reason why these AI solutions have been built in a way where it's very driven by commercial existence and commercial values, which is perfectly fine. There's not a problem with that, but it's just the impact on society and human lives as we move forward. So, and also the impact it has on freedom of speech and government and the no care attitude that a lot of organizations. So first, the international bodies, the ones we mentioned, I think they have a critical role in playing in how we guide everyone to achieve purpose that has value for human society, first of all. And then the mutual recognition is also something that comes out of, sovereignty. Countries also creating sovereignty in what they're really good at. If you're also, I'm sure there are countries in South America and Asia who are really good at certain things. And I think one of the things that a lot of countries are missing is, I always call it, find what you're really good at and double down on that. It doesn't have to be everything. Double down on one of those two things, and you'd actually create a positioning for yourself, because everybody has to take a positioning for yourself that gives you don't have to demand recognition. It's given to you because you have created a position. When you don't have any position, or if you can't do it as a country, come together as a region or as a little wreck, but you have to do something or you will be overrun. There is no two ways about it. This train is moving at speed. It will overrun you. So if you're, a lot of the countries in Asia, South America, the singular attitude cannot help them with AI. It's not going to help them. They're gonna have to, eat some humble pie together, sit on a table, and shake hands to break bread to figure out how they would have recognition given to them, because they have a sustainable model for how they are going to become also AI dominant in their own ecosystems.
Great, thank you so much. So I just wanted to check if Brooke has selected anyone in the audience for any Q&A as well. But in the meantime, we can continue with Claudia and Leanne if you want to add in.
Sure, I jump in. So for me, I would say that middle powers who has the capacity to listen to each other and with the willingness to deliver impact for the benefit of larger populations should learn to create a table for themselves. So the middle power do not compete for the seats. And able to have decent norm setting process among themselves. And I want to end that note by saying, actually, middle powers altogether can be relatively at par to the power of the two AI superpowers right now. So, hence the need for harmonization and talking to each other, meaningful process for global participation is definitely fundamental to make these two happen.
Great, thank you. So I'll go to Claudia, and then after that, we do have a question in the room. So, yeah.
Perfect. I think John and Leanne have already covered the topic very well. In Latin America, again, I think that it would be difficult to be able to negotiate as an entire bloc, but maybe some of the most advanced countries in AI could work together, or maybe we see the need to work in like the BRICS, or kind of more globally with the powers that are already somewhat established with regards to AI.
Great, thank you so much, Claudia. And so we'll go to the question in the room, please.
Thank you all for your insights. This was very informative. I like that we also talked about funding structures here, and being that influences is swayed by the two biggest powers, which isn't impactful for global majority countries. So this may be a loaded question for you all, and maybe we can all in attendance ponder on this as well. But how might you all reimagine funding structures for developing an ideal AI stack for your respective regions?
That's a loaded question for sure. But I think from an African perspective, I mean, just my opinion from what I see, I think the funding structure should also, have, first of all, a lot of transparency around the why of the funding itself, because a lot of these funding structures are clouded and I'm coming to help you. What am I? Am I invalid that you're always coming to help me? Am I coming to support you to help you attain sovereignty in what you're doing? That is the first question to really answer in a lot of this funding. And two, the funding mechanism also has to come with some kind of structure that allows us to be less dependent consistently. So the funding can't be perpetual funding. I completely disagree that we should just consistently, perpetually propagate this type of funding structure, because it doesn't help anyone. It basically enslaves you to the system itself. And so funding structure that comes with plans of how I will help you also achieve sovereignty, and also funding structures that come with clarity of what is the purpose from a social good perspective, but also what is the purpose from a commercial good perspective. Because a lot of these funding structures, what happens is it always comes with social good. The problem with social good cannot finance a society. Okay, so impact can't finance a society alone. You have to have commercial value. So where is the commercial? That's why so much of it, billions of dollars of it, it's completely dead, because you can't, and you see no development, no growth, because the social value, fantastic, the impact, yes, but where is the commercial value? So the funding structure should also look at, if you truly want to support me, then you have to help me also attain commercial freedom. And to attain commercial freedom, which means when you're looking to fund me, you have to also look at, where am I also bringing commercial freedom, so that in 2, 3 years from 5 years from now, you don't have to keep funding me anymore. We can now have a different type of conversation. And I think this is one of the biggest, this is the debt of funding that we've just seen that's just happened. And this is one of the biggest problems that we currently have in this continent. And you're turning people into, for lack of a better word, funding beggars, basically.
I think that's one of the most concerning things, that the region lacks the resources to do things that would only make sense if the government did it. So look at who's behind national AI strategies. Just look at that. It's always a bit surprising. But the reality is, what do you do when the government won't or doesn't have the resources to prioritize that, or it's just simply not the priority? So I think more than an answer, you've highlighted a really good concern. And I think the main thing that I see is that maybe the funding that we have right now is too fragmented. Maybe we need to talk more about regional collaboration, which, there's more and more of. but maybe that's something that needs to be pushed as well. And then a lot of the funds come for pilot projects or, just checking if something works, and then you're on your own. Then it's going to stay at that level. It obviously depends on the country. There are a few exceptions in the region, but I would just say that's a very good point. And the question that you've raised applies with AI, but it also applies with a lot of other topics in our regions.
Great. Thank you, Claudia. Leanne?
So I get to answer the question in two ways, right? One track is when a global north country it has a friendly approach to the larger members of maybe neighboring regions, most of which is global south. And then the other one is what can among the global south can do, right? So for the first one, I'm not yet sure if this can be transferable to stack per se, but we can look at the use case coming from Southeast Asia, in particular, the Singapore government through AI Verify Foundation with Sea Lion. So there are three things there, right? One is Singapore government decided to have a mature leadership thinking that is friendly for across Southeast Asia. Singapore can just decide, okay, AI Verify Foundation will just be focused on Singapore, period. We just want to be sovereign, forget about the other Southeast Asian countries that are all global majority nations. But we decided that, okay, we will come up with Sea Lion, which is actually the a project that convenes training large language models on the different languages across the region. So it became a Southeast Asia project, knowing that training for these type of models would be expensive for the other Southeast Asian nations, right? So the good thing about the AI Verify Foundation is that Singapore government decided to do this so that there is a collaboration among private industry, global and local in Singapore, and then also the government and then the academia. So that's a good example, right? So that's one. The other side is for the global south. It's appealing to have to see what happened with vaccines. So there is a Gavi, right, which is the Global South Alliance for Vaccination. So maybe something in parallel for compute resources among global majority nations can be considered. To where that can be derived from, definitely that's where global banks of the world and philanthropists and people who find the necessity for this kind of initiative blessed with fiscal resources can come in. So I'm gonna edit with those two.
Great, thank you so much. And so we're getting very close to the end of the panel, but I want to take our last closing question from the audience. And so I'll pass it over to Brooke again.
Thank you. This is Cesar Parga from the OAS, Organization of American States. You have talked in your comments about the role of governments and institutions in terms of AI policy. And if you think about self-help measures, what can countries do besides the stack that can come from partners? What can the private sector and other leaders within each country do to advance AI deployment and in particular application to solve problems within the regions? Thank you.
Hi, Cesar. Sorry, John, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, just at the end of the private sector part interests me quite a bit. I'm just going to speak to that real quickly, and then I'll pass it back to you, Claudia. I think it's super, super important that private sector is involved, especially for a lot of countries, if you want to create some autonomy and also some sovereignty in terms of and self-help for what you want to do with AI. We started an enterprise AI for private sector project about 2 years ago. And over about 150 CEOs across Africa that I've met, work with them. And one of the things that you realize as you begin to provide more knowledge and understanding for these private sector organizations about the commercial value of AI, which is extremely important for them, but also the human-centric value and then the social good impact, you realize that a lot of these companies now have some of them have financial wealth to actually create ecosystems inside those countries, which means they put their hands in their pocket and start investing. Yes, it meets some of their commercial good, which is why they are a private sector company, but they would do it with an ethical framework because they live in those countries, and it's important for them, for those countries to also be sovereign and healthy with AI. So the enterprise AI stuff that I've been doing, really speaks because 2 years ago, I kind of thought about, everybody keeps talking about policy at the government level. Who is teaching our private sector in this continent how to think about AI and how to support the industry, but more importantly, also how to support the young people who are coming by creating new jobs and even investing in infrastructure. So that is one critical way that countries can help themselves by empowering private sector around what can private sector do to support the implementation, sovereignty, and use of AI in the country for both social and commercial good. Over to you, Claudia.
Thanks, John. Sirsad, hi. I think I might have worked with you when I was at Sea Mines a few years ago. It's nice to hear your voice. So I think there's an important role for the private sector. And when I talk about private sector, I want to differentiate kind of the big techs and more of the local companies, like the SMEs that are the backbone of most Latin American economies. I think they have a super important role to kind of push forward the AI conversation, push forward innovation, convene, create spaces where they kind of can defend what they need. And I'm thinking of this especially in the countries where you can't always count on the government to kind of push the AI conversation, as was the case in Mexico in the previous administration, less so in the current administration. So I think they have a really important role to continue these conversations at a regional level. What do we need? How can we kind of balance the push and the pull, right? To kind of pull what we need. I think they have this responsibility together with academia and civil society to represent the needs of their country when you can't always count on the government. And in countries where the government is more open, I think there's a super important role to collaborate and to bring knowledge, again, not only from industry, but also academia and civil society, to complement the government strengths. So that would be my answer.
Great.
And something that the OAS is doing already.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. And so I'll let Leanne go very quickly before we wrap up the panel.
Yeah, so for me, I want to answer the question, meaningful process for cross-sectoral participation with targeted agenda and timeline. Why? Because context is king and queen. What I meant by that is, for the first part, because there's a lot of catching up and leapfrogging happening. So we don't want to risk too many agendas set into the meeting that there is no impact or actual agenda put forward, right? We want action here. And then for the second part, context is king and queen. Context is king because we want to make sure that whatever the consultation process will arrive at is actually operational and interoperable. And that requires the context fitting on governance and maybe industry contexts of different countries across the globe. And then context is queen because in the case of especially Asia in particular, the continent is heterogeneous. So lots of values, cultural sensitivities, and that requires practicing AI ethics with a true practice of ethics, because ethics actually is identifying moral frameworks for a particular context or situation. It's not because I have these principles and then you plug and play on the models. So I'm gonna end with that.
Great. So thank you everyone for tuning in today, and thank you to our panelists, for making time for the panel. If you have any questions, or comments, feel free to reach out directly. And thank you for your time again.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
So we are going to begin our final panel of the day. My high school debate metaphor, this is where I get to say again, tell you what we've said. But this panel, the panelists I'm about to introduce have the opportunity to, I think, wrap up the discussion of the day and to really bring some focus to how the U.S. can effectively deal with diplomacy and security internationally, and export American AI products, whether as a stack or otherwise. And I think we've got a couple of questions online that I'm going to acknowledge that I think set the frame for the discussion and now introduce our panelists. Saida Carter asks, what are the possibilities for multilateral collaboration? I think that is exactly the topic that we'll talk about in this panel. And another online participant who preferred to be anonymous asked, in which aspects does sovereign AI and international cooperation on AI conflict? And how do we resolve this key issue? So that certainly is been an ongoing topic of this conference that I think perhaps our panelists can help to find solutions for. So with that, let me introduce our panelists. Please come on up. To my left, Ursula Winhoven, who represents the International Telecommunications Union at the United Nations. The International Telecommunications Union in the AI space really focuses on supporting standards development. Then Howie Mandel. Howie also was at the UN as part of the U.S. delegation there. Full disclosure, he worked with my sister, who was a career employee there for a number of years, and now is at the UN as part of the Microsoft delegation. And finally, Alexandra Reeve-Gibbons, who is the president of the Center for Democracy and Technology, an essential part of civil society in Washington and the tech policy discussion. And certainly, we had lots of CDT alumni on board when I was at the Department of Commerce. And we're not the only administration to do that. Alex, I want to begin with you to talk a little bit about sort of the landscape of global AI collaboration. You were at the Paris summit in February and have participated in a number of international forums, both with the OECD, the Organization for economic cooperation and development. And some of the work that comes out of what the G20 have done based on the OECD AI principles adopted in 2019. And so we have kind of this proliferation. I talked earlier in the day about my view of the distributed networks of AI governance and policy, and certainly the OECD, the G20 have been sort of major hubs of that, and vehicles to move AI policy and developments outward. So I'd like to get sort of your perspective and particularly understand how CDT is engaging in this sort of very, very complex and distributed world.
Sure. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here, so thank you for having me. When you talk about distributed networks, I mean, I think it's an interesting moment looking at the AI governance landscape as a civil society and consumer-focused organization. So the role that CDT plays in the ecosystem is thinking about how AI and other emerging technologies impact regular people's rights and our democracies. Thinking very much about the applied questions that companies developing these tools, deploying these tools, and people who are impacted them are facing in their daily lives today. When we look at the international AI conversations, we really look at it, I think, through a three-part lens of opportunity. One is the value of harmonization. So if we have good standards developed, international governance mechanisms are places to socialize those, to get more consistency for people in different parts of the world. Appreciating that not every country is going to approach these issues in the same way, of course, but that we all benefit, both stability for companies and the broader public as well, when there are elements of alignment in these regimes that we can all agree on, hopefully grounded in a strong fundamental approach to international human rights. So harmonization is one of them. Another is that these international fora can be incredibly useful for shared research insights. And you can see that in everything from the AI Incidents Observatory that the OECD started to different, the AI safety institutes that are kind of able, when that network is working well, to compare notes, to gather research insights. We can avoid in a very rapidly evolving technological landscape. There isn't time for everybody to be studying every issue. And if we get this right, we can actually have a networked effect that gets more of those insights developed faster and better. And then the third is how we establish more robust norms around best practices. So when we know what a thoughtful approach to documentation and transparency is, when we get buy-in for the notion that AI systems should respect people's privacy and need to be architected in a way that users can exercise control and choice over how data about them is gathered, used, and shared in the course of interacting with an AI system, how do you elevate that quickly to propagate it as a best practice? And again, different countries are going to vary in their laws. Different countries are going to be able to pass laws or not pass laws depending on their political dynamics. So I'm actually not talking about the legal frameworks per se here, but more around what good looks like and how we can try to have users' interest, the public interest, better centered in those conversations. And personally, I think of the International Governance Fora as a place to do that, to have more robust discussions around what good looks like, to evangelize for the adoption of those best practices, and to make sure that companies are not only thinking about those considerations, but being applauded if they think about those considerations and act on them well.
Now, you said the International Governance Forum. I mean, you're talking about what the UN is doing. You're talking about the Internet Governance Forum.
Yeah, so right. So that was loosely speaking. So thinking about even things right now like the AI Action Summits in this series that have happened. So beginning in late 2023 at Bletchley Park in the UK, I was there, a small group of civil society participated in that initial summit. And there, just to give a very practical example, our effort was to say, so glad that you have this energy. You've brought together world leaders, you've brought together the major CEOs, but you need to have civil society at the table, and you need to be thinking about some of the very real governance issues that are surrounding how AI is developed and deployed today. And so fora like that, Paris was the Korea Summit and then the Paris Summit both grew on that and were more inclusive, considered more issues. So those are important places. It's soft norms, but those create a space for people that are thinking about these issues every day, from the government, from industry, civil society, and the media, to be coming together to try and articulate what's important, what are the problems we need to be tackling now. So I view that as part of the landscape. Obviously, the OECD is able to do more deep dive work and has been doing really important work in that space. The UN bodies, which I know we'll talk about, also create another opportunity. So it can take different formats, and then the standards bodies, of course, go even more concrete. So different elements of the international governance ecosystem that I think you can use for different purposes. But as an advocate, my goal throughout is really to try to lift up that conversation of what are the priority problems and issues and opportunities for how AI is impacting people today, and how do we get more companies and governments thinking about and concretely tackling those issues.
Yeah, and what do you see as the key avenues for international collaboration?
Yeah, it's a challenging time for some of that work, as you've been exploring over the course of the day today. I'll talk about two that I think about, and this is not to be to the exclusion of others. I actually hope that others will surface in the course of this conversation. The OECD is one that I've been very focused on because they have led a sustained body of work for a number of years coming out of the G7 process. And one example of this, they have a number of different bodies of work, but one in particular has been the Hiroshima AI principles and their reporting framework around it that launched at the Paris Summit last year in February. And one of the reasons why this is important, it's just a nice example of what international cooperation can look like. So these were companies coming together to help co-design with the national representatives at the OECD a voluntary set of disclosures around really important questions in AI governance. So how they think about risk management, what their risk management practices look like, what risks they are looking for, their approach to documentation and transparency, whether they're engaging in third-party evaluations or not. A very important core set of questions that a lot of governments wanted to know, a lot of users wanted to know, and the companies were being asked to duplicate over and over again, right? Either in voluntary commitments to a particular government or in a legislative framework. And so the OECD can come in that space and provide a useful fora for people to come together and figure out what is a useful disclosure regime here, what can we ask companies to do. Now, I'm an advocate, so I'm going to say well done, and they could have done it better. So the push that we're working on right now, both with the OECD and with some of the companies, is thinking through how do we make that process even more useful. So not just disclosure for disclosure's sake, but what do people actually want to learn from these disclosures, and how do we make them as actionable and helpful as possible so that more people want to participate. But that is the type of concrete artifact that can emerge from an international governance fora like the OECD that really does get points on the board. It helps move the ball forward. It takes one issue and kind of helps focus attention so that other governments and other people can move on other places. The second that I'll touch on briefly is the AI Safety Institute Network, which began under the Biden administration when the US Safety Institute was started. The UK launched their Safety Institute, and we started to see more countries begin to spin these up and have the notion that they shouldn't be doing this in isolation, because part of what we need right now is to not all rush one shiny object and just be chase the soccer ball, but instead be dividing up and kind of asking different questions in a way that can be complementary. And also so that the major labs aren't answering the same questions from each country over and over again. So I think there's a lot of potential in that AC network. I think that potential still has to be fully realized. But for those government officials to be talking to each other around what are the major questions we can and should be asking right now, what are the insights you are learning as a hub of expertise within your respective jurisdiction, and how do we move that conversation forward in an efficient, time-sensitive way to really be responsive to the moment. I think there's a lot of potential in that space as well.
Great. Well, Howie, let me turn to you. Your UN is a wider-based body than the OECD, than the safety institutes. A year ago, the United Nations General Assembly was basically all about AI. Not quite so much this year with some other issues and challenges on the table, but AI was still part of the agenda. So tell us about the UN, how you're dealing with that, and what the path forward is here.
Thanks, Cam, and appreciate the invite again. And tell us about the UN allows me to go in any direction I want, so I will take that as license to.
Yeah, just not too long.
Yeah. So I think maybe I'll just start by saying we can take AI governance and sort of contrast it with what we saw a decade earlier with social media at the UN, which was really nothing. I mean, there was no international governance of social media. There were really no conversations about social media or emerging technology at the UN a decade ago. And you contrast that now with elements of what Cam just said and what Alex described is taking place internationally. And it really is remarkable. I mean, just beginning in 2019 with the OECD AI principles, the UNESCO ethics principles, which were agreed by all countries in the world. Then you had the creation of this UN high-level advisory body, which produced a report on the opportunities and risks of AI. You had a global digital compact agreed by all countries in the world at the UN. And now you have more and more to come. So there really has been this sort of remarkable proliferation of AI governance motions in and around the UN system that has kind of led to this networked multi-stakeholderism that Brookings has described in previous publications. And maybe I think where a good place to start with all of this too is to kind of explain the dynamic that we've seen between the US and China, for example. I think for years, particularly during the Biden administration, what we saw was this desire to kind of expand the circle, like to sort of start internally with, say, the White House principles. Then you saw an executive order. Then you saw the G7 take action in Hiroshima. Then you saw that continue to expand with the OECD, and then finally the UN. You had these sort of gradual and simultaneous motions to make sure that there was buy-in, not only from governments, but also from industry, academia, civil society. As Alex mentioned, every step of the way, there have been opportunities for the multi-stakeholder community to be involved wherever possible, and to kind of, slowly expand the circle and gradually create this framework that that people will sort of listen to and abide by. The U.S. perspective, I think, can be sort of contrasted by what we see on the Chinese side, which has been a much more of a focus on capacity building and development, wanting to use that as the starting point, with the United Nations at the center. We've seen that China and others in the UN system will want to kind of use the UN as a starting point. They're more likely to support rules that are, closer to binding in nature, more of a focus on development, and more of an eye towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Contrast that now, I think, with where the United States is, which is real promotion of AI diffusion and less of a focus on a binding international framework with the UN in the center. Instead, the U.S. is more likely to support this, again, sort of networked framework that exists right now with buy-in from the multi-stakeholder community. That, I think, at first blush is really the distinction between where the U.S. and China are. In the UN system, I think it's also worth pointing out one of the key questions up front is, why does anyone care? Why does the UN care about any of this, and why should industry care? And I think the short answer is that for a lot of countries, what you get out of the UN system is it kind of conditions the regulatory framework. You're not going to get binding rules of the road coming out of the international system. It's very unlikely to get a Security Council resolution creating Chapter 7 obligations relating to AI. What's much more likely, though, is you'll get a series of resolutions, you'll get the UN's buy-in, you'll get reports, and you'll get now these new structures that I'll speak to in a moment that will create this environment that countries that are not front and center will use as a starting point. So whereas so much of the attention these days is on the US AI Action Plan, for example, or on the EU AI Act and the Code of Practice, for most countries in the world, they're going to look to the UN as the starting point. They want to see the language in the UN's Global Digital Compact, and they want to see the language in the various AI resolutions that have been adopted in the last couple of years. On those resolutions, there have been really just 3 that have been adopted in addition to this Global Digital Compact in the last couple of years. One was initially sponsored by the United States, but was eventually co-sponsored by the Chinese. A second was authored by the Chinese, but eventually co-sponsored by the US. And a third was by the first committee in the UN, very focused on AI and military applications. Those resolutions, I think we see the kind of the trade-off between the developed and developing worlds seems to be the developed world is more focused on the highest risk use cases of AI and wanting to do something to examine certain problematic features and make sure that there's a framework in place for addressing some potential risks. Whereas on the other side, certainly the Chinese focus, as I mentioned before, is on capacity building. It's on trying to do more to further the aims of the Sustainable Development Goals and promoting develop in the Global South. Those 2 resolutions combined, which include a lot of shared goals by the international community, sort of represent the baseline now. And so when individual countries that have yet to put forth their own AI regulatory framework, they'll use that as the basis for moving forward. Now, I think going forward, just a couple of developments to flag. This has been a really interesting time at the UN because just a couple of weeks ago during UNGA High Level Week, we had the creation of these 2 new UN bodies. There's a UN AI scientific panel, which is meant in some respects to kind of replicate the work of the UN's AI advisory body that I mentioned before, that put together this report over the course of a year on the risks and opportunities of AI. This scientific panel is meant to include representatives of governments, civil society, industry, academia, is really supposed to bring together a real snapshot of some of the best thinkers in the world on AI governance, and to produce similar reports and to work with a number of different working groups to solicit input from governments and from the multi-stakeholder community. That information will then be fed back into the UN system and will lead to this other body that was created, which is a global dialogue on AI governance. This dialogue, similarly, is meant to be a place for not just governments, but the multi-stakeholder community to come together, which they will do at the ITU's AI for Good Summit next year in the middle of 2026, to take the report that they get from the scientific panel and to decide whether there are recommendations that they would support to move forward at whether it's through the UN or some of these other efforts globally. So I think these are some very key developments. The momentum certainly hasn't slowed. There's buy-in from most countries in New York, and it's an exciting time to kind of see where this is going.
Thanks. And just to put to you the question I gave Alex, what do you see in this complicated landscape as the key avenues of cooperation? Type, UN, others?
I agree with Alex. It's really all of these things. So I think the AI Safety and Security Institutes are a good place to start. The OECD as a real laboratory for putting pen to paper. I agree with Alex. The Hiroshima AI process reporting framework that was launched in Paris earlier this year is really a key way that industry is trying to boost credibility by opening up what they're doing, promoting transparency. But then I think, the UN as, probably as some would say, the most legitimate avenue for having these conversations. You need to have all of these different bodies playing a role, I think, just to promote buy-in and to get everyone onto the same page.
Okay. And a footnote on the OECD. We were supposed to have Audrey Plunk, the Deputy Director of the Science, Technology and Innovation Director at the OECD, with us remotely. We don't know what happened there. We suspect there may still be some connectivity problems out there, but we're sorry not to have her here. and we had to shuffle a little bit at the beginning as a result. Ursula, the ITU is a body of the UN, but it sort of does other things. It's existed long before the UN to bring together telecommunications bodies around the world to coordinate. But it's also, and part of that has been standards development, but it now plays a role in AI standards development. When it comes to actually being a standards development organizations, maybe it's more about the sort of the AI-related aspects of the traditional communications network functions, but it has played a much broader role, I think, in sort of the standards development world. And so tell us a little bit more about the ITU's role in standards and its role in AI standards.
Thank you so much, Cam.
And the role of standards in this great big distributed governance system.
Thank you so much, Cam, and thanks also to the Brookings Institute. I've really been enjoying being here all day and all the terrific panels and discussions. And indeed, among other things, it's also been great to hear standards come up a fair bit, which is definitely one of the key aspects of our jam at the ITU. We have been around a long time. It's actually our 160th year. That's 160 years. I think we're maybe the oldest or second oldest international organization in the world. And throughout that time, since 1865, we've been working with governments, helping them to navigate the disruptive technologies of the day. And while it started off in 1865 with the telegraph, of course, moving through that to more recently the internet, satellites, AI, quantum, etc. So in terms of what our role is at ITU in the AI ecosystem, I think there's been three main areas today. One indeed is standards. I could say a little bit about that. The second main area is around capacity development, which is really key and also actually goes hand in hand with standards. And then the third piece is around convening multi-stakeholder dialogue around AI for humanity, because everything we do, of course, is about technology for humanity, technology for good. So in the standards area, we have many standards that are out there, and these are actually developed in a multi-stakeholder context, as well as 194 member states. We have over 1,000 private sector, academic institutions and civil society organizations from around the world. And our standards development process is actually also open. So in the AI area specifically, there's been about 150 AI-related standards developed to date, and a further 100 more that are currently under development. And to give you some examples of what these kinds of things are, these are standard frameworks to integrate AI, ML, and networks, standard terms and definitions, which I think is really interesting given some of the discussions today about how there's a real need around that. Standards also to evaluate AI, ML models and their results, and standards for data handling. But there's also a lot of interesting what we call pre-standards work going on, also in a multi-stakeholder context, kind of laying the groundwork through partnerships for future standards work in such areas as AI for health, natural disaster management, digital agriculture, and human rights and standards. And also, I think importantly, is a lot of collaboration with other standards bodies too. Of course, ISO, IEC, IEEE. And one of the things, which is an example of the collaboration there, has been this inauguration of an international AI standards summit and an international AI exchange, with the database seeking to have in one place a comprehensive database of AI standards. And I could say more about the other areas like capacity development and multi-stakeholder dialogue, but maybe at this point I'll just mention how we intersect with the great description that Howie gave of some of the key things happening at the UN around digital and AI in recent years. So ITU is also very involved in that. Like a lot of UN entities that are not based at the UN in New York, because our home is in Switzerland, but we have a regional structure. We have a liaison office at the UN in New York. So we've been very involved in recent years in these processes. And in one of the main internal processes to carry forward the Global Digital Compact called the Working Group on Digital Technologies, we co-chair that. And as mentioned, this AI governance dialogue next year is supposed to take place at back-to-back in the margins of AI for Good Summit, which is one of the key multi-stakeholder dialogues we've been doing since 2017.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to speak at AI for Good this summer and talk about standards development. There was a day devoted to that. And I want to pick up on that a little bit of discussion with the panelists. It was, as we've mentioned, the ITU is a UN organization. UN often talks about multi-stakeholder multilateralism, but it sometimes falls down on the multi-stakeholder side of that, I would say. But it struck me that as a standards development organization, with that in its DNA, that the ITU does multi-stakeholder the best of any UN institution, and does this real bottoms-up approach. That's a feature of effective standards organizations like IEEE, like ISO that you've mentioned. And in fact, ITU did a fabulous job of convening stakeholders in Geneva. There were, I think, between people.
I'll have to come back here. This is great.
In the hall and online, about 15,000 people. But it strikes me that doing multi-stakeholder is very difficult, in part because of the challenge for stakeholders. I mean, Alex, how do you deal with the standards development context and other other opportunities to engage with policy, the challenges of just resources being spread thin? It's tough to be at the table in these very lengthy and meticulous standards development processes. How should multilateral organizations, standards organizations, others accommodate that?
Yeah, it's a real challenge. And this is true not just for the AI standards space, but we've seen it over and over again in internet governance standards work, in the places where the norms and practices for advertising have been developed, like the W3C. Number one, the first takeaway is that standards are hugely important. I will never forget the Welcome to Washington lesson I had once, where someone said, "Alex, administrations come and go, but standards are here to stay." And I thought, oh, you're right. We have to surge. CDT does a lot of policy work, but we also have technologists in-house, and it's for this exact reason, right? You need the technologist talking to the technologist to actually figure out how these tools are being developed, deployed, and interoperating with one another. But the work itself is really hard, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that it does tend to be technical in nature. It's one thing to say at a high level your policy goal for how a particular product or tool should work. It's another to actually be writing the spec for how that is going to work and being able to carry weight in those conversations, where it is very much about the expertise that you bring to that conversation, how much you can be involved, and how you can drive the conversation forward. The second piece, which is another DC lesson, is about the timelines for standards work. And I know you all are working on this, but it's really challenging. They often take an incredibly long time. So even for a nonprofit, for fundraising purposes, for strategic planning purposes, for staffing, simply the amount of resources to get a goal over the finish line when it is often a multi-year, very long and uncertain process is really challenging. There aren't many philanthropic civil society funders that actually support this type of work because you're not getting a great press hit out of it anytime soon. This is the unglamorous work of actually effectuating change. So I think the challenge it's not only kind of having the skills, having the time and commitment to really participate, but also what it means to engage in these processes. And there are a couple natural barriers that come up that folks have identified. I think we're all working on ways to get through them. One is that often it really is hard to have visibility into what processes are happening and where they're unfolding, which is why the effort that you've all helped to coordinate around the AI Standards Exchange, I think, is an important step. But there are a lot of activities happening in different bodies. And so knowing where they are, knowing what's happening, and then oftentimes these are membership organizations and the materials are behind a paywall. So that is just very straightforward. That's a barrier for civil society groups, for academic researchers not affiliated with the companies. Two, even if you know a process is happening and you have access to the materials, really, I think the dynamic that happens in any of these drafting processes is he who holds the pen holds the power. And the way that you hold the pen is by having the time, the bandwidth, and commitment to really staff it. Mm-hmm. And so what we noticed often in these conversations is that the researchers or the technologists who are affiliated with companies, they have a specific person who has it as almost their full-time job to be moving that forward or moving that set of issues forward. And usually for civil society, there are just a handful of us groups staffing all of them. Right, at best, if we're even in the room at all. And so that makes just a really difficult, as a practical matter of social influence in a group of people trying to do something. It's not even nefarious. It is just the practical reality of who has the most time to really be contributing to drafts. I do think this is an area that people have talked about and acknowledged in standards drafting for a long time. The visibility piece of it, as I mentioned, there's the exchange is one effort at this. The UK started a couple of years ago the AI Standards Hub, which was a place to gather in one place very user-friendly information about what standard-setting efforts were happening. People could get news alerts about them. You could get kind of copies of the text, I think, through a non-paywalled mechanism. And then NIST here in the US recently has been piloting this zero draft opportunity, where they are bringing stakeholders who find NIST a more accessible front door to the standards processes and gathering them around a table to provide feedback before something even becomes an initial draft going through an official standards process. So I'm sure there are other examples I'm leaving on the table here. You might have other ways and tactics, but there's some of those creative approaches to try and get people in the door. The other, and we've pushed NIST on this and others, is, again, how do you deal with that negotiating power dynamic about the fact that the civil society advocates or the non-industry researchers often just have less bandwidth? Part of that is we have to get more organized between ourselves. We need funders to be funding people to do this type of work, knowing that DC lesson, that policymakers come and go and standards are here to stay. Two, how do you combine efforts on that? And then three, to what extent does a model where you sometimes have almost like a secretariat that is playing more of a functional role, ensuring that everyone's perspectives are being surfaced rather than there being kind of a little bit more of a free-for-all as to who actually holds the pen and is shepherding it forward, which usually ends up leaving power with kind of the person that has the most time and the loudest voice. So those are some of the elements I think we need to keep pushing at to make these processes as productive and inclusive as possible.
Yeah. Howie, I think one of the jobs, I think, of effective sort of government and affairs and policy people in the private sector is to be in touch with stakeholders. How do you respond to what Alex has said, and how do you deal with incorporating the stakeholder outreach?
Yeah, it's a good and often challenging question. I mean, one thing I'll say is that the idea that a company like Microsoft, that industry would care, for example, about what international institutions are doing. I think you saw a lot of this kind of bubble up around 2015, 16, at the time that there was a big push for the UN Sustainable Development Goals or the Paris Climate Agreement, where companies would want to demonstrate that they were being involved, and they would kind of use that as sort of an opportunity to shine a light on all the positive things that they were doing, whether it's to sort of promote environmental sustainability or other positive action that was consistent with the SDGs. I think what we've seen though in the last few years, particularly if you're a tech company, is that rather than knocking on a closed door, the door is wide open. The UN and international institutions want to speak with tech companies, want them to have a seat at the table. I think there's an understanding that for some of these global threats and challenges, governments alone can't be the ones making all of the decisions, or even if they're making all of the decisions, you can't get the outcomes you want unless you have buy-in from industry, from academia, from civil society, and the rest of the multi-stakeholder community. So I think we've seen a growing number of opportunities to participate, to engage. And sometimes that forum takes the role of having a placard with your company's name on it and discussing something like the cybercrime treaty. Other times it'll be joining a multi-stakeholder conversation to talk about the UN's Global Digital Compact. And sometimes it's, putting together something like the Frontier Model Forum, participating in OECD conversations to develop this transparency framework. So there are increasingly a number of different ways to get involved. And I think that on balance, that's a good thing, but it's really like sort of reflective of the nature of these global threats and challenges is changing. And there's, as we move away from state to state conflict and think about some of these broader issues surrounding climate, AI, drug trafficking, there are just more and more opportunities for non-governmental participation.
Ursula, it struck me in Geneva that there is a great opportunity for the ITU to deal with another aspect of the what Alex was talking about, the challenges for civil society. And that, I think, is the challenges for some of the countries of the Global South. We were here for that panel. I think when it comes to understanding the nature of the standards development process and its research-based qualities, I think there's some development to do. What's the ITU doing in terms of capacity building?
Thank you so much, and you're absolutely right. And I think someone earlier today also made reference to the fact that we have still so many people in the world who are not even connected, who are not yet part of even the digital revolution, let alone the AI revolution. So indeed, this is absolutely critical. So there's actually a range of things we do on capacity development, including in the context of standards, because if AI is to serve everyone, we need standards that include everybody. And so there's going to be a need, and there is a need for capacity development in that context as well, including for member states. So some of the things we do, we have an AI academy at itu.int, academy.itu.int. We have an AI skills coalition where we have 60 partners from around the world and more than 70 courses in 8 languages thus far. And therefore, everyone from kids in school to ministers, all different levels. We also have been doing capacity development through challenges, of which we've done around 100 thus far. And these are also for different age groups. And for SMEs, there's also startup competitions and an innovation factory, all with a focus on AI for good, AI for humanity. But also, particularly for delegates, we do ad hoc training for them as well, so that when they come to ITU meetings, that they have there's more of a level playing field in terms of people's knowledge, not just about our processes, etc., but also about issues like AI. And specifically, I'm so glad that Alex made the points that she did, because we've also been working on the civil society aspect as well. And so for the last few years, we've had on staff a full-time digital rights person who's really been leading our collaboration with the UN Human Rights Office and major tech and human rights organizations to see also through the standards making process, what do we need to do so that we can really benefit from a wider array of actors who can play a key role in standards development.
Thanks. So we'll turn to Q&A momentarily. I want to put a question to Howie and to Alex before we go to that. My question is okay, we have the AI Action Plan calling for U.S. diplomacy. We've obviously seen different strains of diplomacy from the Trump administration, and there's certainly important continuity in some respects. The AI Safety Institute is still there, despite J.D. Vance's sneer in Paris about hand-wringing about AI safety. And we should remember that the OECD AI principles on it and principles on AI ethics were adopted in 2019 under the last Trump administration, and it was under the Trump administration that the U.S. joined the global partnership on AI. How do you read the administration's stance in its engagement with the UN in this last General Assembly on the outcomes of the Global Digital Compact, on its role in the OECD and otherwise?
I'll say it's challenging to read, but here's what I hope, which is those notes of commonality that you mentioned really do speak to the reality of what it is to do AI governance. It's not woke to say that an AI system should be tested to make sure that it's fit for purpose, to make sure that it should work.
Isn't that part of the AI Action Plan?
Exactly. And so what you see in those documents, when you kind of separate from some of the political rhetoric we've seen, is just a very common sense understanding that I think is widely shared now, that there are fundamental elements to make sure that these systems are developed and used in a way that works and is fit for purpose. And so one of my goals is to kind of keep an eye on that North Star and keep us all moving in that direction. And when you talk to practitioners, be they in government or in companies or in civil society, who are actually trying to just use AI tools and integrate them into their business, thinking about what the future of this field looks like, they can't afford to ignore any of those governance questions. Of course, they have to think about them. And so one hopes that that thread continues to weave and win the day. I think the other element that I hope for the U.S. Is to really interrogate and think about what we mean when we say we want America to lead the world. Pretty soon, leading in AI is not going to be about just who has the most capable model and who is iterating the fastest in its development. The question in the AI race is about deployment and adoption. Who is actually buying these systems? Who is using them? Who is integrating them into their daily lives? And for any of that to happen, for us to be succeeding and leading in any of that space, we have to be trading in a currency of trust. And so again, what comes back is not hand-wringing over safety. It's a very practical conversation around what safety looks like. When we say we want democratic AI, so people are buying from our country and not from some other competitors around the world, what does democratic AI mean and how are we guaranteeing that? And again, that brings us back to some of the fundamental principles that AI practitioners are actually having to think about every day. And that's questions like, how are you protecting privacy? What are the controls when a system is used? What does it mean to have a human in the loop? What is documentation and transparency? How are those model outputs decided? Does the government get to decide what a model can and can't output, right? So those conversations have to happen. That work has to continue. And so I tend to just look past the political rhetoric and realize if America's going to lead, it's by having a mature, sophisticated conversation around what responsible AI adoption looks like in practice. And I think there are a lot of people still doing that hard work in government, trying to do that work in companies, and certainly trying to keep that conversation going in civil society as well.
Howie?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with all of that. I think what often gets lost is just the number of commonalities in the approach that the Biden administration took on AI and what we're seeing emerging in the Trump administration. Huge support for AI diffusion, for example. A big push to make sure that there's interoperability and that we avoid regulatory fragmentation. A big focus on promoting American technology, of course. A role for industry to have a seat at the table. This push for multi-stakeholderism, in contrast with a more multilateral approach that's pushed by the Chinese and other countries. And then a big push on standards too. Time and again, we have heard from representatives of the Trump administration that they are very, very focused on AI standards. And I think in all 5 of those areas, you see some common threads. There are differences, to be sure, but I think on all of those fronts, we're seeing some commonalities, and we're seeing some opportunities for the technocrats to continue the hard work of trying to put together responsible AI frameworks in a manner that is not only consistent with what we're seeing out of Washington, but is also consistent with what we're seeing out of Brussels and New York and other capitals and movements around the world.
Okay, so Ursula, you have diplomatic immunity from this question, but let me go to the audience, but put a question to the panel to wrap it up in 2 or 3 sentences at the end of the day. I'll put the question that I laid out at the outset that we got online. How are sovereign AI and international cooperation and AI intention, how do we resolve those tensions? Beverly, you had a question, I believe. And please give us your...
Thanks.
Yeah,
Probably useful. Hi, everybody.
identify.
Beverly, Director of Policy at Development Gateway and IREX Venture. One of the countries that I didn't hear mentioned throughout today was India, which surprises me a little bit because I think there's also been quite a sovereign push around India's stack across African countries. So I'm curious from the 3 of you, as we go into 2026 with an AI summit due to happen in February in India, there was also a Kigali AI summit in Rwanda earlier this year. How are you making linkages outside of New York and Geneva, which have their own sort of biases around who has access, to make that connection in a more multipolar world to shape some of this AI governance conversation?
Yeah, thanks for bringing up the India summit.
I mean, it's a good question. I think India is fundamental to all of these conversations in every capital. And obviously in February, they're going to be hosting the AI Impact Summit. They're a member of the Global Partnership on AI, so working very closely with the OECD, including on and promoting the reporting framework that we described earlier. They're very, very involved in conversations in New York. The head of the former tech envoy, who's now an undersecretary general at the UN, the head of the Office of Digital Emerging Technologies, is an Indian national, Amandeep Gill. They're fundamental to all of these conversations in every capital. So I'm glad you mentioned India. I think on the broader question of what do we do about sovereign AI, in some respects this is not a new question. I think what's fascinating now is whereas previously you might have had separate conversations. In fact, if you look at the Global Digital Compact, it's divided up into different sections relating to AI governance and data governance and digital public infrastructure. Now there's a broad recognition that data governance is fundamental to AI governance. I mean, you really can't separate AI governance from data governance. And so a lot of these questions surrounding data governance that tech companies have had to grapple with in the past are just kind of re-emerging, but with a little bit of a new spin. And sometimes the way we think about sovereign AI is in terms of cybersecurity. It's in terms of the national defense of a country. Look at Ukraine, for example, which was able to survive in the initial months of its war, by moving a lot of its data to a cloud, and thereby sort of using its version of sovereign AI to maintain control over its country and stay afloat. So I don't think these are new conversations. I think they're becoming, something that is sort of reemerging in a sense because of some of the more recent conflicts we've seen. But I think it's just another opportunity for data governance and AI governance to kind of be fused.
One of the threads I pick up on what you said is the value of having these major international fora rotate from different countries, because I mentioned before that one of the key advantages we find in these moments is norm setting and surfacing a public conversation that a lot of people are looking at the same time. And we saw this in Kigali. I think we will see it in India next year. The emergence of themes focusing probably less on the highly capable frontier models and much more on questions of adoption, of diffusion. For India, I expect open source will be a really big conversation because it is central to that concept. Multilingual capabilities is another one. I have a team at CDT that focuses on this question and how to actually make sure that these tools are working well in different languages around the world and in the ways that are grounded in the cultural context of those communities. So these moments do create a good opportunity to shift that focus. The other thing I'll share going into India is a real focus for many of us right now on how to ensure good civil society representation and how to make sure that there are diverse voices from around the world represented there. And again, it's not another question of multilateralism, just governments talking to governments or governments talking to CEOs, but how to have it be a truly reflective global conversation. And hopefully we'll see progress in the months to come.
And if I could add as well, just like Alex mentioned, the idea of rotating. Indeed, last year, our standards assembly, which takes place once every 4 years, was in Delhi. And while we were there, we did the AI International Standards Summit there. And we're also taking the show on the road with AI for Good. And so, for instance, later this month, we'll be in Johannesburg with a whole track on AI for Good. So totally agree. These are some of the key ways. We have 194 member states, so and an area office in India and regional offices. So that's another way that we serve our membership. Thank you.
Yeah, and we had hoped to have Indian government representation, but turns out that today is Diwali. So that was it. Next question.
Hi, thank you very much for the excellent panel and an entire day of really thought-provoking conversation. So very much appreciate it. I have what may be a basic question, but with respect to standards, we talk about it as a way to catalyze adoption and capacity building and harmonization. But there's the ITU and there's like ISO, and then there's the EU Sentinelec, which I understand is not taking what ISO is doing and is addressing additional issues. And so to me, it seems like despite the fact that there may be like a database coming where you can access these standards, it sounds like everyone is doing either different or overlapping or potentially conflicting things. And it sounds like a potential for more fragmentation. And so I'm just wondering how you balance the need for standards and the need for harmonization and interoperability with so many different efforts that are sort of intentionally very disparate.
Should I answer that?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So this is part of the reason why ITU, ISO, and IEC came up with this AI International Standards Exchange and the AI International Standards Summit. And these are just some of the efforts along with the database. The next AI International Standards Summit's in Republic of Korea in December, where they're going to take up some more of these issues. There was also just recently in New York on the anniversary of the Global Digital Compact, a Digital Cooperation Day, and these organizations also collaborated there for a session there that also talked about some of these issues. So not resolved, but I think the issues you're talking about are a key driver for a lot of these initiatives.
Alex, Howie, anything you wanted to add to that?
No, apart from I agree and excited to see more conversation about this and try to think through what a more accessible, rationalized approach looks like. That again, there's some advantage to having different places based on their expertise and where people gather, but at the same time, it's incredibly hard to keep up and even harder to participate. So I think more focus on this is very welcome.
Okay. So with that, we will go to our lightning round. I'll start with you, Ursula. AI sovereignty, AI cooperation. How do we deal with?
Well, I think that given what we're seeing around AI sovereignty and the potential fragmentation, I think it's creating even more incentive and need for cooperation, including in the standards context. So we certainly hope that it means that these international efforts are more relevant and needed than ever, and they have to be really inclusive. And I think what we're seeing just shows that since everyone is being impacted, their economies, jobs, etc., and everybody wants capacity building, that they'll understand also the value of this cooperation and also investing in capacity development efforts for all. So AI really can be for all. Thanks.
Howie?
I don't think there's any conflict between AI sovereignty and international cooperation. And I think with more international cooperation, there can be a more of a sort of understanding and baseline expectations of what AI sovereignty entails. And I think we're really only at the starting point in a number of these conversations. But I think in sort of the three different categories of AI governance that we noticed from the start, there's been gradual progress. And I think AI sovereignty plays a role in all three of them. I think it's addressing the high risk use cases of AI, it's promoting interoperability, and it's promoting inclusive growth, especially in the global south. There are elements of sovereignty that are fundamental to each, but I think that we're seeing more and more progress and we'll continue to make inroads.
I'm going to create panelist malpractice by adding in a new concept in the final remarks, which is not what you're supposed to do, but we haven't covered it yet on this panel. So number one, I agree with what my co-panelists have said, that as we see the rise of AI sovereignty, I think it creates an even greater leverage and an opportunity for these harmonization moments to try and get more consensus around what norms look like. The novel piece that I will add in is, as someone who leads a human rights organization, one of the things I think about a lot is when we say AI sovereignty, what do we mean about the role of the government in the stack? And there are elements where AI sovereignty and the government investing in that space is hugely important for development purposes, for accessibility, for democratizing access. And also, there are versions of AI sovereignty which significantly increase government control over a key element for people to be able to communicate and access information as we move forward. So all of the work that has come in years past to think about what does it mean to have a trusted cloud? How do we protect when the government can make data requests to ask for access to information? When a government can try to control social media posts and demand that information stay up or stay down? Those issues all exist in the AI landscape and are deepened and worsened in terms of their risk. And so even as we talk about AI sovereignty, we have to be talking about international human rights as well. I worry that we're not doing that enough. My organization is working on that. I've published on it recently, but it's an element of the conversation that we can't overlook.
Well, thank you. Please thank our panelists. Okay. Thank you so much. Now we wrap it up. Josh and Elam join me up on the stage. It's been a long day. I want to thank all of you for your attention, for being here, for engaging in this conversation with your questions and with your participation. We plan to, going forward, to distill a lot of this into some writing with recommendations on, really, I think, sort of that last question, sovereign AI, how you deal with both cooperation and sovereignty and with the complexity of AI. So with that, let me turn it to Josh for some closing reflections, and then to our leader, Ella.
Great, thanks. And I wanted to say thanks to everyone who's been around for the entire day, and to everyone who is online as well. I think it's been a very rich conversation. One of the things I sort of wanted to say actually when we started with the first panel around AI sovereignty was that even with the US AI Action Plan is itself a statement about US sovereignty over the AI stack. It doesn't get framed typically in the US in those terms because there is so much of the stack in the United States that is taken for granted. But it is, it parallels efforts around the world in that every government is looking at the stack and looking at how they maximize value from it, how they govern it, and increasingly sort of in a geopolitically contested environment, what control over these key elements of the stack, the choke points kind of mean, right, in terms of control and access. And I think it was clear from many of the panels today about how while each government is thinking about these elements, cooperation and building and strengthening cooperation is going to be central to achieving everyone's goals here, even the US goal of exporting the full AI stack. And I think, Alex, you may have actually said this in terms of a context of trust, which is that if we don't do these things in a world where there is trust in US technology, then there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance. And so I think that it underscores, and I think we've heard from the panel today, how even while we have these critical assessments about what governments can do, what they need to do in order to essentially maximize the opportunity for their own countries, this is going to have to happen eventually in a context where we also are building the mechanisms cross-border to build the trust in the technology, because there is no escaping at various levels of the stack, probably ultimately relying on a lot of the key US providers of these technologies. And so I think it really kind of points in multiple directions in terms of, I think, the work that we need to do going forward around thinking through not only how does sovereignty cash out in terms of policy and investment and regulation, but also what are the mechanisms that are going to be needed internationally in this sort of networked environment that we keep talking about that really kind of sustain that and build on that over time. So those are my kind of key takeaways at the moment.
Great. So, yeah, I just a comment. I did write down what Sam Sachs said, that we should say we respect your sovereignty, and we want to see how we can collaborate. I did neglect one important thank you. That is to the staff at Brookings who helped really carry this event, kept us marching forward and keeping track of lots of different balls, particularly to Brooke Tanner and to Mariam Alavasi. I got it wrong, but I'm getting these mixed up, who really are the ones who kept all of us marching today, and the rest of us through these past couple of months of organizing this event. So, Elham, you get the
absolutely.
last word.
Shout out to our colleagues, and particularly Brooke and Mariam sitting here. Thank you very much for getting us here. Double click on everything that was mentioned, and I think if I want to just summarize is, again, I think our approach should not be just a binary open or closed, sovereign or not sovereign, but the importance of the cooperation across all of these things. Going back to, Josh, what you said, based on what Alex said about building technologies that are trustworthy, but then we also need benchmark and evaluation systems to actually look at that, which becomes the heart of the governance, and then bring it all together. I think we ought to start looking into governance systems that has the socio-technical approach, and start looking at the not only the technology that's robust, but it has the societal resilience. Looking at it as the full stack, as they're talking about the export of the technology, also look at the governance on all of these things, because these are interdependent layers. The open source concept is still I'm trying to figure out and wrap my head around. To me, looks like that the bottom layers of the stack, the chip and foundation model, is become more commodity and more kind of standardized. So there's a lot happening on the application level that gets us to what Alex was saying about the looking at the deployment, looking at the diffusion and adoption, and then again the importance of testing fit for purpose, and if it works for the particular context. My heart was warmed by bringing up standard again and again and again. I have been working in the standard since early 2000, and it's really good to know that everybody understands the importance of this. And I think standard is a way of ensuring that technology is trustworthy, bringing the cooperation together. And lastly, also double-clicking on the concept of the network. There is no one-size-fits-all. And the more we bring the different part of the globe, different perspectives, these different players, different approaches, we're going to end up with a more resilient, robust systems that doesn't have a single failure point.
Great. Well, with that, we're done. Thank you all. You've been a great audience. We appreciate your being here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.